Council. Good evening. Let me welcome you to the council meeting for Monday, August 24th. First item is invocation to be led by Councilmember Clark.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Father, we thank you for your many blessings. We thank you that we could gather here together today as a council and deal with the town issues of Sunnyvale. We ask for your guidance and wisdom in our decision-making. We ask for patience as we listen to everybody that wants to share with us. We ask that everybody is able to show their concerns and listen and understand. Again, we thank you for many blessings. Provide us with wisdom and your guidance. Amen.
Amen. Please join me standing for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Once again, let me welcome everyone to this council meeting. Thanks for joining us. The time is 7:01. Let me call to order the regular meeting of Monday, August 24th. For the record, all council members are present and we have a quorum. The first item on the agenda is announcement pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. The mayor, council, and staff may report on various items. Council, are there any announcements? There are none. Staff, any announcements? Ms. Khatri, do you want to read that one? Yes, please. What's that? Yeah, go ahead and read that one, yes.
This is a letter received from Polly Cash that was addressed to the mayor. It says, "Dear Mayor and council members, I want to personally thank you each for the great fireworks display in our town park the night of July 3rd. I note on national TV that 80% of this year's fireworks displays in celebration of the 4th of July were canceled, many because of public sentiment or sensitivity over celebration of the 4th. This is a holiday for all our citizens celebrating the birth of our nation, and it needed to be celebrated loud and clear, which it was in our town. Almost blew the front of my gate off of its hinges, but I was happy to hear it and see it properly celebrated with lots of beautiful fireworks. I'm proud to live in this town, and I appreciate the continued efforts of all of you who worked so hard to make Sunnyvale a very special place to live. Your neighbor with thanks, Paul E. Cash."
Again, I want to read that because staff worked very hard. It was a hard decision, so I want to recognize the staff and everyone who worked behind it. Thank you very much. Are there any other announcements? Okay. If none, it's time for public forum. If you are here to speak to the council about the proposed fire station location, I'm going to ask that you hold off from that discussion. When the agenda is called, you could come forward and speak to the council. One other thing, two more things. If you are here to speak, I ask that you fill one of these forms, put in your name and address and the topic so that we can capture your name and address for the record. The third thing is, when you are up here to speak, I respectfully ask that you limit your time to 3 minutes so that everyone in the audience and those who are calling in get a fair chance to express their comments. With that, this is the time for public forum. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to come forward and speak to the council on any items other than what is posted agenda or any legal or personal matters, you may come forward. Yes, sir, come forward. You have your card, sir? Okay. You want to say your name for me? Robert, good evening, sir.
Thank you, council, for hearing me, and mayor. Thank you. I'm recently moved here, maybe 3 months ago. I live right off of Barnes Bridge, and was wondering what's happening with that bridge. Is it going to be fixed? And
So let me tell you, just in the interest of the time, and since we are not allowed to discuss topics, Ms. Guthrie, our town manager, will get in touch with you and give you a status of the project and what we are planning to do with it. That be fair enough?
okay, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else would like to come forward and speak to the council? Mr. Moore, good evening, sir. I should say Council Member Moore, right?
Thank you. Peter Mull, 357 East Trip Road, Sunnyvale. And I was coming here to talk to y'all tonight about the proposed conversation about the fire station at the park.
Mr. Moore, let me ask you, do you want to hold off till we bring up the agenda, or you have we are going to have an agenda item and
Yeah.
I will have a public comment. Would you be okay to hold off until that?
Wait until we bring that comes up, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Erica, anyone calling in via Zoom?
No hands are raised.
Okay, no hands raised. I'm going to close the public forum. Moving on to consent agenda items. Council, we have 7 items from the consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove any of the items from the consent agenda? Okay, if not, can I have a motion to approve consent agenda item 1 through 7 as presented? Motion made by Egan to approve
Second.
consent agenda items 1 through 7, second by Mr. Clark. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Moving on to public hearing portion of the agenda. Ms. Guthrie, I can move that out, right? The public hearing juvenile thing, or you want me, should I take that first? Okay, so it's a short one, let me take it. Item number 8, hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act upon the first reading of ordinance 20-19, an ordinance of the town of Sunnyvale, Texas, continuing, reestablishing, and approving Article 8.70, juvenile curfew of the town of Sunnyvale Code of Ordinance, and amending section 8.706, expression, providing for severability, a penalty, savings, repeal, and an effective date. Ms. Ramsey?
Mayor and council, this is our juvenile ordinance, and local government code requires that any city that has one before the 3rd annual expiration date of the ordinance, that y'all review it and hold a public hearing to give the citizens a chance to comment on the review of the ordinances and its effects on the community. Legal and staff have reviewed this ordinance. I have spoke to Chief Hawks, and he agrees that this ordinance is effective and thinks that it will help with the creation of our PD. So we ask that you approve the first reading of ordinance 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. I'm going to open up for public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to come and speak to the council on this item, you may come forward. If you're calling in via Zoom, you may raise your hand. No one is coming forward from the members of the audience. Okay, anyone calling in via Zoom?
No hands raised.
No hands raised. I'm going to close the public comments. Council, are there any questions or discussions on item number 8?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Freeman?
What age does it define as juvenile? The age limit.
State law defines it as 17 and under. Is that right, Brenda? It's just tricky because the education code defines it differently, so I just want to make sure. I believe it's 17 and under. And while she's looking, the current curfew is from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, I was reading through that. I just didn't see what the age range was.
I believe it's 17 and under.
Thank you.
Are there additional discussions or questions? Okay, if none, I call for a motion on item number 8. Motion made by Ms. Regan to approve item number 8 as presented. Second by Mr. Eldridge. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? If none, all in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Moving on to discussion and action items portion of the agenda. Item number, Susan, I take 9 and 10 together. Okay. Item number 9 and 10 together. Discuss, consider, and act upon resolution 20-41, a resolution of the Town of Sunnyvale adopting TCAP's professional services agreement for TCAP to procure power on behalf of the town for power to be provided on and after January 1, 2023. And number 10 is discuss, consider, and act upon resolution 20-45, a resolution of the Town of Sunnyvale adopting JEXA Energy's commercial electric service agreement for power to be provided on and after January 1, 2023. Ms. Hopkins, W.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Do you have any?
The Town of Sunnyvale is currently a member of TCAP, which is a nonprofit public subdivision corporation that can go directly to the wholesale market for electricity rates charged to its members. TCAP's current contract expires at the end of 2022, and their belief is that the Strategic Heading Program, SHP, is more optimal program compared to the current electric fixed price, fixed term contract. Margaret Summerby, TCAP Executive Director, will present a brief overview and be available to answer any questions.
Okay. Good evening. We have Margaret on the phone, on the Zoom.
Yes, Mayor.
Good evening, ma'am.
I know you've got a lot of items, so I will go through this really quickly. I appreciate your time to let me speak tonight. Again, I just wanted to briefly go through this. Just real quickly, who is TCAP? Sunnyvale has been a member of our nonprofit since 2007. And there are 166 current members in TCAP, and they are made up all throughout the ERCOT area. We have cities, we have special utility districts, water districts, MUDs, housing authorities, just a whole gamut of different political subdivisions. Next slide. Just real briefly, we used to be called CAP, the Cities Aggregation Power Project, that was formed with 82 political subdivisions in North Texas. We merged with the South Texas group back in 2011, and that is how we became TCAP. Next slide. Just real briefly, the board is made up of elected officials and city officials from around the state. You can see the different cities that are represented on our board right now, and whether they represent the large members, medium-sized members, small members, or at-large members. They also represent all 4 portions of the ERCOT area. And anyone can run for the board of any of our members. Next slide. Why TCAP is different, as Ms. Hopkins said, we're a nonprofit. And so, we are not looking at making money off of cities. Everything that we do, we actually, when we have had extra money, we've given that back to our cities in refunds. The other thing that makes us very different is the graphic that's up right now. The red line is a typical day, an August day in ERCOT. And you can see how ERCOT, all of ERCOT peaks at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evenings. That's when people are getting home and turning on their air conditioner. The blue line represents TCAP. And as you can see, we peak in the overnight hours, and then we are actually lower when ERCOT is peaking. The reason for that is cities have streetlights, and we have pumping stations and lift stations, and those are used on the overnight hours. Because we have such a favorable load that we're higher when ERCOT is lower and lower when ERCOT is higher, the market wants our business. So we're very unique. The other thing is with the 166 members, we go out into that wholesale market with 1.3 billion kilowatts of electricity. So, you know, the wholesalers want our business because we are such a good load and have so much kilowatts to buy energy for. Next slide. Again, the contract you're under right now is a 5-year fixed term. It ends in December of 2022. We've developed a new procurement option, and the new method will eliminate, or should eliminate, the timing of the market to get the best price. Next slide. Real quickly, the reason that we see this, that we've been coming out and talking to our members in this new plan, the strategic hedging, is because the energy future is so bright. Even though this is a slide about oil and natural gas, electricity typically follows natural gas prices. And as you can see, we are, you know, it's pretty stable out till 2050. And so the pattern that we've been seeing that I'm going to talk about here in a few minutes, we've seen it for the last 4 to 5 years, and it hasn't changed. And the reason it hasn't changed is because of the energy production in the United States as well as Texas. Next slide. Again, this is just saying, you know, the energy markets are well supplied, shouldn't, especially in the coming years. The Department of Energy predicts abundant supplies. The Texas market is doing really well. We had some volatility last year due to some coal plant retirements, but if you've been following along, the reserve margin in ERCOT, that's the excess generation over peaked, is coming back and is getting back to where ERCOT would like it to be. Next slide. Okay, it's this slide that really talks about strategic hedging. What we found about 4 years ago, and you could change the slide where it says 2020 under the first line, you could have made that 2016 and just changed the numbers. What we find is about 2 years out, the price of energy drops to its lowest price. And the reason for that is that in the first year where you see the X, the market is reflecting any of the things that are going on. So right now, the prices we're seeing for next year are relatively high. The market's reacting to COVID and all of that. In about 2 years, the market feels like, okay, all of the short-term problems should be resolved. We know what's going on, and the price gets to that low point. When you start moving past that 2-year window, and you can see the prices just keep going up, the reason for that is that the market doesn't know what's going to happen in those out years. So it adds some carrying costs or some risk premiums for the future market uncertainty. So even if you get a 5-year contract, and let's say in this slide, we get a contract for, in this slide, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 5-year contract. Typically what we've done, we get some of those lower prices on the short end, on the early end, but then the prices go up in those out years. And so when you average those prices together for a 5-year contract, the price is higher than if we just bought a 1-year contract in that 2-year dip. And that's basically what strategic hedging is going to do. We're going to buy 1-year contracts in that 2-year dip. And we're going to just keep doing that and rolling it forward for 5 years instead of buying a 5-year fixed contract. And what that'll do is it will get rid of those premium charges in those out years and keep you in that low 2-year window. And the other thing this does is that, in the next slide, real quick, is that prices change on a daily basis. So energy prices change every day. There's 365 prices in a year. And the blue line represents the different prices in each year. And you can see like in 2011, 2019, there's a wide difference of prices. But when you look back over the average price for the year, you see where it's those red lines and it kind of stays pretty stable. And that's what we want to take advantage of. So trying to figure out when the best day is to say this is the time to buy electricity can be hard because, again, the very next day something could happen and the prices could bottom out that we weren't expecting. And so this new plan allows us to take advantage of the flexibility. Next slide. What's different about this? Right now, when we go out for a 5-year contract, we go out into the wholesale market, we get, the best contract, we bring it back, you all sign the agreement. How this is going to be different is we're going to actually go out every month for RFPs for the best contracts. And every month we're going to have a new contract. At the end of the year, we will bring all those contracts together and average the price out, and that will be your price for the next year. It's going to avoid that all-in guess of when the right day is in a year. You're not going to have to change retail electric providers because JEXA will, which is what they do right now, all they do is billing, since we do go into the wholesale market to get the contract. And with multiple RFPs every month, we're also hoping that that in itself, as they're trying to compete for our business, that will also keep the prices down as well. Next slide. So how this works is every month in 2021, we will go out and purchase electricity through RFPs. At the end of 2021, we'll get it all together. We will come back to the cities in March of 2022 and tell you what your 2023 price is. And again, in 2022 monthly, we will be purchasing for the 2024. So the hash lines with the question marks in there, what that is, if for some reason the city decides, this isn't what we thought, or we really don't like it, or we just really like the fixed contract better, you can come to us at any June or December and say, just convert us to a fixed contract, and we will do that. So it gives you some flexibility. The other thing it also does is it gives TCAP some flexibility, because for some reason, like I said, the pattern has been there for the last 5 years. But if something happens that we don't, that we don't think is going to happen, a disaster, and all of a sudden the market turns upside down on its head and prices are going nowhere but up, we're going to come back to our members and we're going to lock the contract in for you. We're not going to let the price of energy get out of control just because we're following this SHP. So it really gives some flexibility. The other thing it does is it lets us take advantage of when market prices are low. When you're in a fixed contract, and this happened last time, and the market changes, what happened last time was fracking and prices dropped significantly. We were locked into a contract and couldn't take advantage of that until the contract expired. With this, you're really only about 2 years out at any time. So if the market changes for the best, we'll be able to get in there, take advantage of those lower prices. Next slide. What we did is we went back, we recreated the program back to 2016 with actual prices. As you can see, the green line is your current electricity price for energy. The red bars are what the price would have been under SHP. Just to put some real numbers on that, for the town of Sunnyvale, in 2018, that would have been an additional $1,200 savings. In 2019, that would have been an additional $3,100. In 2020, that would have been an additional $1,600. And 2021, because those coal plants went off and the market was a little in disarray, it would have been $27. But again, it would have been savings and not additional money that you would have had to pay. Next slide. Again, the energy future looks bright and positive. We have lots of supplies. This is a very unique opportunity for our members. And then again, it avoids trying to figure out that one day in a year when it's the best time to buy a contract. It also avoids those out year long-term risk premiums. And again, you're going to know what the price is before you go into budget season. We'll be telling you in March in the previous year before you start, your summer budget meetings, what your price will be for the upcoming calendar year. And again, it's very flexible. And, if you don't like it, you can convert it to a fixed contract. And so what we're asking is, so that the market knows that you all are members of TCAP, we're asking for the professional services agreement. We've never had one of those with our members. It lays out everything that we already do for you, but it also lets the market know that you are a member. The only thing that we've had up to this point is a joining resolution. And some of those go back to 2002 when we first formed. So we're needing the professional services agreement, and then the energy contract, which is the same as your contract that you're under right now. It just has the SHP wording in there under section 2. And that is my presentation. If you have any questions, I know I went through that very fast.
Ms. Margaret, we'll come back to you. Let me take public comments at this time, if that's okay. And open up for public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to come and speak to the council, you may please do so at this time. If you're calling in via Zoom, you may raise your hand. No one is coming forward from the audience. There can anyone raising their hand?
No hands raised.
No hands raised. We're going to close the public comments. Council, are there any questions for Margaret? Okay, there are none. Brenda, do I take one resolution at a time, or do I take both at the same time? Okay. So I'm going to call for a motion on item number 9 and 10. Motion made by Mr. Egan to approve item number 9 and 10 as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Finch. Everyone heard the motion? Are there any discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Margaret, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 11. Here, 2 presentations, then discuss, consider, and act upon finalizing the selection for the location of the new fire station. Ms. Guthrie?
Yes,
good
sir.
evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Erica, can you go ahead and get Fire Station 1 PowerPoint up, and then make sure Christine is ready? I'm going to do a brief intro while we're getting everything set up. Just particularly for people who might be hearing this item for the first time, I just want to do a recap. Just as a reminder, on February 25th, 2019, the Town Council appointed a CIP Citizens Committee who went through and ranked all of our capital improvement projects and ultimately rated the establishment of a new fire station as the #1 project for that year. Council on March 23rd and May 11th, the council voted unanimously to issue certificates of obligation for the construction of the new fire station. The next step was to narrow the potential locations for the station. Council heard a presentation on May 26th that walked through those sites and scored them based upon factors. They then also involved Komatsu architect, who did a more in-depth analysis of those sites. And in the end, the council voted to pursue looking more closely at the Glacier and Town Hall sites. The presentation today will compare the Town Hall site and the Glacier site. However, the council also asked me to hire an expert on response times to look more closely at the final selections. When we met with her for the first meeting, one of the things that I wanted her to do was to look at where is the optimal location and not just look at the 2 sites that we had identified. I wanted to make sure that we weren't steering the conversation too strongly towards those sites and maybe missing the mark completely on where it really needed to be. So those were kind of the directions that I had given to that expert. And she is going to present her findings tonight. Her name is Christine Thies. And I won't go into a lot of detail, but know that she has 25 years of experience with public safety and GIS, with much of her career with the Austin Fire Department. While there, she was the planning and research section manager, which is responsible for all department data and spatial analysis. So help plan where all of their stations were going. So with that, do we have Christine queued up?
And can you hear me?
We can. I'm going to turn
Okay,
it over to you, Christine. Thank you.
Okay, great. As Susan mentioned, my name is Christine Thies, and I was hired to review the 2 pre-selected sites that are currently being considered for the Sunnyvale Fire and Rescue Fire Station. Excuse me, if you can go to the next slide. So let's start with what the project entailed. As Susan mentioned, it was to determine the best fire station site between 2 pre-selected lots, which was the Glacier and Town Hall, is to provide the station recommendation based on travel times. That's kind of the key element that I was comparing. And then if analysis allowed, and it didn't cost a whole lot and we didn't have to do a whole lot more, try to identify the optimal site location. So next slide. So what we're going to cover today is we're going to talk, first I'm going to go ahead and review the time components of an incident and explain what part of it was being analyzed. Second, I'm going to look at, we're going to discuss the risk and demand. And then third, we're going to present the analysis for each site, including pros and cons. And finally, the recommendations. So next slide. Okay, all right. So a fire incident has several components, which are separated by timestamps and actions. They can be grouped into 3 distinct sections: call processing, turnout, and travel. So call processing is defined from the phone pickup to dispatch. This means that the call taker has answered the phone, so 911, what's your emergency, obtained a location and a problem, so 123 Main Street, structure fire, because my house is on fire, and they sent the alert to the station. This time component is dependent on both the call taker and the caller. So then turnout is from the alert at the station to when the firefighters are on the truck leaving the station. So this is the only time component that is completely within control of the fire department. Policy dictates what needs to take place during this time. And then travel is from en route, meaning they're on the fire truck, to when they arrive on scene. This time component is dependent on the fire truck driver and the road conditions. So next slide. So travel time is the time component that I calculated to compare sites. So please note that the times that I'm reporting are just for travel, and they are not exactly what the resident is going to be experiencing, because the clock in their mind is starting when they pick up the phone. So next slide. So the example is that if call processing is like 1.5 minutes, turnout's 1.5 minutes, and then I turn around and tell you that there's a, this is the travel time that I'm processing in the GIS system. If you go to the next slide, which could be 6 minutes. You go to the next slide, that really means it's 9 minutes. So I just want to make sure that we're all aware that if I say that this station should be within 2 to 4 minute travel time, you would still need to, the resident and council needs to understand that we would still need to be adding call processing and turnout. So the other thing that I kind of want to mention is that I normally would be taking in those time components when doing the analysis, but actually I could not get a hold of the call processing because it is not a timestamp that is sent to your CAD to your RMS system at the moment. But all of this is going to be rectified when y'all switch to the new CAD system. So there's really some good things that are going to be coming down the pike when you switch over to that. You'll have a lot more access to some of the time components. So let's go to the next slide. So then I'm going to look at demand and risk. Where do we have demand, and where do we need to, what do we need to take into account for the future? So the map on the left is where all the incidents are located. So I was able to get the incidents from 2017 all the way to July 2020. So it's about 3.5 years. And what you can see is that there's demand across the entire township. If you have a road or a home, there's going to be demand. And the fire department needs to be able to access all of Sunnyvale quickly because there's going to be an incident at some time. But the map on the right reflects the density of the incidents. This is often referred to as the hotspots, but mainly it's showing the cluster of the incidents. This represents the locations where the fire department is most likely to respond, which, as you can tell, it's pretty much to the west and the southwest, and it aligns with your development. So if you go to the next slide. So, and then the map on the left represents the geographic center of Sunnyvale, pretty much right where the schools are. And since we're really looking at a one station solution, we know that it needs to be closer to this location, but it still needs to take the hotspots into consideration because that's where they're most likely to go. So it's a balance between these two geographic components that the station needs to serve. So the next slide. So this is kind of where we're going to look at risk. Just kind of to recap that the department is responding to about 2 to 3 incidents per day. The breakdown of types of the response match pretty much what you're going to see across the state of Texas, which is that medical tends to be your #1 demand. And what I also tend to look at is the number of fire responses. And thankfully, y'all's are low. This indicates that you've got solid building codes in place and that you have pretty good prevention efforts. And so your residents are safe. If that number was higher, if your fires were much higher than what they are, that would indicate that you have a bigger problem on your hands and that you would be needing to explore other mitigation efforts. But overall, things look good. Then on the second table is a combo of where the incidents are located in land use. And so I took all the incident locations and I matched them up with land use. And I was able to get a GIS layer from the was it North Texas Council of Governments. It's from 2015, so it's a little old, but it did give me some indication that for the most part, it's single family, roadways, commercial, and medical. And so how I would use this data is that for future planning. So if for some reason you have another neighborhood that comes up and that you're about to approve it, it doesn't mean that you don't approve it because it's going to, possibly create additional incidents. But what it is just aware of how it's going to impact the fire department. And so if you'll go to the next slide. And so this is my last kind of prep slide and just trying to make sure that we are kind of on the same page. So what I did here is that I know that so I'm running this analysis, so to speak, where I'm trying to see if the map is valid or not. So I'm running it in a GIS system, which is a geographical information system. So basically it's kind of like, you think of it as Google, but it's a little bit more robust than that. And so what I'm looking at is I'm trying to compare my GIS travel times to Google Maps. So GIS travel times are pretty much an average. They're an average across the day, the week, the time of day, where Google is actually a lot more reflective of the time at that moment when you run it, because it's calculating the information off of those cell phones, like at that moment. And what I'm looking for is that is there a significant difference? And what I am seeing is that, letter A and E are a little bit different, but sure enough, I ran the Google Maps at 9 a.m. I'm going to have queuing at those lights. So honestly, things look pretty good. But again, the maps that you're going to see on the right-hand side are an average. So I do want to make sure that that's pretty clear. So let's go to the next slide. So first we need to know where we are before we can compare, where we are today with the other sites. And so I ran all the information for Station 1, and yes, this is not the most ideal location to serve all of Sunnyvale. So the pros are that Station 1 is located on it has major access. It's got quick response to the western side of Sunnyvale. The neighbors are accustomed to the fire station. The majority of the single family neighborhoods are within 4 to 6 minute travel time. But the cons are that travel times to other parts of Sunnyvale are really long. Also, traveling to the school in the southern hotspots are in the 8-minute zone. And also half of Sunnyvale is greater than 6 minutes. But also the other issue that I have is that the driveway for them to exit from the station to get onto Town East, they have to compete with park traffic. You shouldn't have, it is not ideal to have a fire unit have to use a smaller road that other individuals are using to get to their incident. So yes, Station 1 probably needs to be replaced. So let's go on to the next slide. So this is Glacier. As you can see, Glacier has a much better centralized location than Station 1. It's got more centralized response to Sunnyvale. It's located on a major access roadway, but with limited queuing at that intersection. It's got multiple access avenues to the restaurant, to the residents and to the hotspots. And then we're going to kind of go through this a little bit more in depth. I like the way it has to transverse the circle. And then also the majority of the single family neighborhoods are within 2 to 4 minute travel time. So that's pretty good. And when we looked at risk, we knew that single family homes, are going to be some of our demand. The cons are that the neighbors are not accustomed to a fire station. It's also more of a slightly western location opposed to the true central location, which could result in longer response times to the eastern side of Sunnyvale. So let's go to the next slide. Let's talk about the roundabout. This is something that kind of came up. So since Collins is going to get widened to a 4-lane road, and there's going to be this roundabout to deal with the 2 intersections, Glacier's actually got pretty good routes through it. I don't really have too many concerns. The north route, it's pretty easy. It's using just, basically half of the circle, and the southern route is just cutting it off completely. So I feel like it's pretty quick. I would still defer, and would always defer to a transportation engineer to tell you the exact times through there. But for the most part, when I look at it, this doesn't concern me that much. So let's go to the next slide. So Town Hall. So as you can see, Town Hall's got a very centralized location. And it's actually closer to the geographic center than Glacier. The pros are, again, centralized response to Sunnyvale. It's located on a major access roadway. The adjacent neighbors are currently city buildings, and the majority of the single family neighborhoods are within 4 to 6 minute travel. The cons are that the potential, we'll go through it on the next slide. I've got some concerns about how the unit will leave the station to go across the 4 lanes of traffic to go north on Collins. Also, to go north, because remember, we saw incidents across all of Sunnyvale, and to go north, the school traffic's always going to impact response because, that's school traffic. It impacts us, it's going to impact a fire truck. Also, the roundabout, to go west, it requires them to go all the way through the entire circle, which is not super ideal, but we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then also the travel to the Beltline hotspots is about 7 to 8 minutes. And then the last one is it's in the floodplain. So let's go to the next slide. This right here, this is just kind of a visual on how that unit would kind of, if it was going to go north or go west, it's going to have to come out and go across 2 lanes of southbound traffic on Collins to get over to the northbound lanes. That's going to impact the traffic flow on Collins, which seems to be a pretty major roadway for y'all. And so that's just an added time component and kind of a risk. And then also to go north is fine, but to go west, it's having to go through the entire circle. And so while it's not the end of the world, it just adds some additional time. So that is something that I would probably ask the transportation engineers on what those calculations would be. And so that's just something to keep in mind. Let's go to the next slide. And then this one right here is that when I looked at it, and I know the exact lot has not been kind of mapped out, but basically it's could possibly be in the floodplain. And so the 100-year floodplain. Now, this can be completely mitigated by the engineers and with extensive site prep, not a problem. But if you have a historic storm, all of the site mitigation efforts could fail. And the only reason to bring this up is this actually happened in San Marcos, Texas. They built their fire station and then it flooded in 2015. So it's just something to keep in mind, but it can be overcome through engineering and site prep. So let's go to the next slide. So again, the question was, is there a better site? So what I did is, again, trying to look at something that's a little bit more centralized. I located, obviously, come to find out it's parkland. It's the northern part of the lot that the city owns. I also wanted to keep it city owned because that would not require you to go out and buy more land. But this is tricky. So we're going to go through the pros and cons, but it is tricky. It's got centralized response to Sunnyvale. It's located on a major access roadway. It's got good access avenues to the residents and the hotspots. Obviously, it can get through the roundabout just like the Glacier location, which is very nice. And the majority of the single family neighborhoods are within 2 to 6 minute travel time, and it's owned by Sunnyvale. But the cons, this is current parkland designation, and changing that should never, ever be taken lightly. It's also close to the floodplain and you also may already have park development. But I did want to bring this up as another location, just for y'all to think about. So let's go to the next slide. And again, this was about the roundabout. It's exactly the same as Glacier, which we had covered. So the next slide. And then this one is really, I just kind of threw this in. These are some of the sites or the locations that the fire department had covered and discussed earlier. And I just basically double checked their times, and they're fine. And you can see just when you go through these that Glacier and Town Hall and even the park are an improvement over Station 1 from a more centralized response. So let's go to the last slide, which is recommendations. If we're going to go through the 2 pre-selected sites, I'd pick Glacier. It's definitely more centralized. It's got good access through the roundabout. It's got multiple access options, and it's not having to cross the widened, once Collins is widened, its exit from the station is better. But if you're interested in exploring something different, I would look at the parkland. Again, it's more centralized. The roundabout's great, and it's got good access options, but I do definitely caution changing parkland designation. So that's basically my analysis and my recommendations, and I assume there's nothing but questions, so I'm here.
So now it's going to wait to finish the second presentation and come back and take comments.
That sounds good. So the second presentation is actually our architecture firm. Charlie is going to go ahead and present. Erica, can you bring up Fire Station 2 PowerPoint? And then Charlie, if you can just indicate to her when you want to change the slide, she can do that for you.
And Ms. Christine will come back to you, okay? Hang tight.
Okay.
We'll get there. It looks similar. Okay, I've got one here. Can everybody see it? All right, once again, my name is Charlie Kearns with Council Architecture. We met on July 13th when we did the previous presentation. I've got Les Edmonds with me in the back. He's a project architect. I'm the project manager on the project, and I'm going to run through this. Please feel free to stop me at any time if there's any questions while they're fresh on your mind. And one of the things that we presented last time were the selected sites that were ranked 1 and 2 was Jobson and the Glacier site. And then you asked us in that meeting to come back and take a look at the Town Hall site
And we actually dug in and working with Ms. Guthrie, dug in a little deeper on our cost estimating and civil design, and got our civil guys on site for actually all 3 sites, because we did look at the park also. I'll explain how we got to that one. But I'm going to kind of go back through this. There's some architectural stuff that I left in here. And the reason I did that, we're focusing on the civil site cost of each of these sites. Is what we were directed to do. But I want to also touch on some of the architectural elements. Part of our job in working for you in this situation, and your job in working for the citizens of Sunnyvale, is to come up with a site and a building that meets everybody's needs for an extended period of time. This is not a 5-year plan. This is a 30 to 50-year plan. So we're looking, as the architectural component, we're looking for things like expandability, good site access, multiple uses of the building, things like that. And that's kind of some of these sites impact that are smaller or larger than the others. And I want to talk about that to some extent, so that, you know, that first cost may be higher, may not be higher, but we just need to keep all the elements in mind as we make a decision, or you all make a decision. So we can go ahead and jump into Glacier. If you switch to the next slide, please. And this is the exact same site plan that you saw last time. We didn't change anything architecturally. Like I said, we're staying with the same site plan that we had. The other thing that's important to remember, and I brought this up last time, structurally, we are assuming worst case for all sites based off not only the actual construction of this building, but some of the other buildings that are in the town of Sunnyvale. So we're assuming a structural slab, which would probably be appropriate for the bay anyway, regardless of the soil conditions, because of the weight. And when you look at that constructability cost, there's generally some cost efficiencies of just doing the entire building that way, because you're prepping one type of soil and one type of structural foundation system. So there was some discussions last time on some of the call-ins about, you know, quality of the dirt, geotechnical studies, those types of things. We just kind of continue to even the playing field and assume worst case on all 3 sites. So if you'd like to go to the next slide, please. So Glacier, once again, I'm going to kind of go through these quickly. The site has good access from Tripp and Jobson, obviously, which allows for multiple response for the apparatus. So that's one thing we liked about that. Orientation, last time talked about the preferred north-south bay orientation. That's a Texas West Sun heat thing. We try to get those bays north and south oriented, so we just don't have so much heat energy build up in those bays. It's not good for the equipment in there, and it's just not comfortable for the firefighters. So, and then the outdoor living on the north side, once again, kind of mitigates some of that western exposure. Where we show the site and working with the town, where y'all kind of directed us to do, it's the highest portion of the pasture. That intersection is roughly 500 foot and Jobson and Tripp, and it falls off back toward the existing pond. That allows for no detention pond, but we will have to bring some offsite fill in to kind of level that out. We've got about 16 feet of drop, and we just got to bring some of that up. So that does require some offsite fill. Vegetation, a few existing trees are there, so we would have to bring in a plan, but obviously anything we would do would enhance that area. Utilities, y'all got into this discussion a little bit last time. Sanitary does need to be extended, and we understand there's some opportunities to maybe bring that service down even further south, but all the other utilities are available except for sanitary currently. So, next slide, please.
Can I ask real quick, what about telecommunications?
Telecommunications is there, yes.
It is there,
everything,
high speed?
We're understanding everything is there except for the sanitary, yes, the fiber and everything else. Okay, any other questions on that slide? This is kind of a concise presentation, so feel free to stop me. Planning in context, you know, we talked briefly about incorporating the look of this with the horse stables or whatever that vision you all have for that area. And we set setbacks. I know on the site plan, it doesn't look like a lot of setback, but it is set back quite a bit, which would allow for some, you know, nice landscaping and buffer zones between the neighborhood and Tripp and Jobson. So the main thing that ranked this site so high was the unobstructed views on departure from the station. That is a safety issue and a time issue. And this one allows, when you have better visibility, it allows you to run longer without sirens. You generally are not going to run without lights. That's just too much liability for the department. But you can run longer without your sirens, but you have to be able to see before you can do that, because you don't want to risk, you know, causing another accident trying to keep somebody from hearing the siren. So, but that is one plus for this site. And as I talked about earlier, this site obviously allows not only from the geography, the topography, but just from the space available, it allows for some good expansion down the road. You know, there's always this discussion, is this the only station that Sunnyvale will ever have? Will there be a second station? Will we need a fourth bay? I've been doing this 20 years. We used to think a 12-foot overhead door was huge. You can't get current apparatus in a 12-foot overhead door now. Well, you can, but there's a cost involved in repairing, because trust me, we see that happen. But yeah, so 14-foot doors are standard now. So that kind of comes back to that thought process of what is best long-term. And we always like to design our stations, and Les and I have had discussions about this, on really what does it look like, and we call it bumping out for a generic term. Do we need to bump out living quarters? Do we need to bump out bay? Do we need to bump out a community room, training room, those areas? And a larger site can be planned for that. We'll put our drive and concrete appropriately, so if we need to add physical building space under air conditioning, that's available, and this site allows that. The neighborhood, we talked a little bit, oh, no, we talked a little bit, that's okay. I want to get through this too, but not that quick. So we talked a little bit about that quiet zone ability, and that is just strictly from the availability of the sight line. So that's, and we talked about the setback, and once again, the southwest corner lessens that impact. And obviously, pretty much all these sites except Town Hall, and even Town Hall to some extent, we would probably pull off of the single family guidelines just to keep the texture and context of Sunnyvale. That's a no-brainer for us. And then you have the site preparation cost estimate. Now, this was where we got our civil engineers to dig a little deeper, not only on floodplain mitigation, but site prep, cut and fill, everything involved. I believe you also got that cost estimate back up in your packet. And we'll do kind of a summary, but this one is basically $775,000 is a civil cost estimate for that. Any questions on Glacier? Go to the next one, please. Okay, Town Hall. We were asked to look at this specifically. I can tell you that from a municipal building, location, it's great because you eliminate all the issues of the neighborhood. You already have a municipal building here. But everything you see up there in blue is the floodplain, is the 100-year floodplain. And so, as was previously discussed, that does require mitigation. And that mitigation comes with a cost. And you can actually skip one more if you don't mind. I'll get to and we can go back if anybody needs to look at that again. But kind of let me go down so we have the same format here. One of the things that we're concerned about is the access only to Collins. Not only crossing that divided median, but just if there's any issues, one way, a wreck at either the intersection or something shutting down Collins, there is physically no way to get off this site. Glacier site sounds crazy. They could back through a bay. They could do something. It may take a few minutes, but they could get out of the station. That is not an option here since we're using basically two drives that are going to be 80, 100 feet apart. So just something to keep in mind. And we'll probably have to signalize Collins just because of the speed and the rate of traffic there, the quantity of traffic. Once again, nothing that isn't done every day, just something that adds cost to be aware of. And then the other issue is the return, the non-emergency return back through the common parking lot here at Town Hall. Once again, we've done it. It can be done. It's just not ideal for a lot of different reasons, because especially if somebody doesn't know where they're going, gets turned around, it's just not ideal. It can be done. We'd be more than happy to work that out, but we need to bring that up. This is the east-west bay orientation. Obviously, that's not our preference. I don't know really any fire departments out there that is their preference because it just causes those bays by nature have a lot of volume and a lot of glass, and they just create a lot of heat. It's a box, it's an oven, and it's not ideal to be able to do that. If we have a north-south orientation, we're able to shelter that and use the building mass to retain that heat, not the open air in the bay. So once again, just something to think about. Public parking is limited size. I'm going to jump down to, it's on the next slide, but this site is just tight. It doesn't allow for expansion of the facility. It doesn't allow for a lot of public parking. It can all be made to work, but it is going to require some earthwork and retaining walls because we just fall off into the natural swales and drainage that's already out there. So I'll jump into topography. We're going to have to to do some earthwork to mitigate that drainage. We can't interrupt the existing drainage, which was created when this building was constructed. So that we're kind of piggybacking on that. And there's going to be retaining walls, which you have now. It's, once again, nothing that can't be designed. I think all utilities are available, by the way, obviously, because if you want to jump over to the next one. And so obviously, design here, we could do something that plays off this building. It'd be a great complex. It would look good. Everything would work well there. And we don't have the neighbor issue. We already have a municipal building here. The traffic flow limited, the conflicts with the existing parking lot, and this floodplain topography are just issues that we'll have to overcome. So, and the biggest thing, we've got heavy trucks on trying to go across bridge, which we have here. Luckily, this bridge does meet that for the return. That was one of the things we looked at. But the site costs go up due to these functions, and we're looking at a little over $1.1 million is our cost estimate for this site. So that's kind of the first. And I didn't put this on the slide, but the lady previous to me brought up a good point. If we have a historic event, which we have had, it may impact the station. We are going to design everything we could. If this is the site chosen, to mitigate that. And obviously, we don't ever want that to happen. But it is something to think about as you go down the road. Once again, this is a long-term solution. What's best for the town and location? It could happen, couldn't happen. All I can tell you is if you go back and look at that existing 100-year floodplain, we see hundreds now are almost, hundreds used to be 500s and hundreds are like 20s now for some reason. We see them a lot more often. It's just not ideal for that reason, but it is what it is. Okay, while we were out here on site, I walked across the bridge. We had talked about the park site before. You can go ahead and bring that park site up. And from an architectural standpoint, from a response, from us making it look really cool and integrate with the park, because we like to do those open spaces, it is a good location. You just heard the response issues. All that works well. You can go back. This side is pretty flat. All the dirt for this side would be cut and filled from the site itself, wouldn't require any dirt to be brought in. You can go to the next slide, please. We just don't have the issues that we have at some of the other sites. We don't have that restrictive pattern traffic flow. We have the option of going out either the regular egress ramp or coming back through the existing park site if there's something there. Gives us a little bit of flexibility. We get back to that north-south bay option. We have a separate public parking drive, so there's no chance of coming back into the emergency area. Like I just said, minimal earthwork required. The park already has some great landscaping. It would just be something that we would enhance, whether you would want to play off of that for the two facilities, kind of make a common area between them. And then all utilities are available for this site. So, any questions? Like I said, that was one that, it's kind of like we're driving by going down the glacier and I said, hey, wait a minute, what's this big? Let's talk about this. So we went ahead and threw it in there, and that's where we stand. Go to the next one. And obviously, we would make it compatible with the park design. The location would restrict the view of the park coming down Trip. You would lose some of that view. Although right now there is a lot of trees in the right of way, that there's not a lot of view there anyway, which could be changed. But from an architectural standpoint, we would welcome that ability to bring that as a nice looking building as you come in. We look at those facilities as kind of public service icons that you want to show off, not something that you want to hide. And so we kind of sometimes take a little different view about that. Even when we put them in a residential area, we want them to look like they belong in the context of the neighborhood. That's kind of the challenge. So limited quiet zone at this site though, probably, and Chief, I don't want to speak, we didn't talk about this before, but we have a little bit of a site issue looking west on Trip because of the curve. Probably would have to run, I'm not saying you couldn't get straight, at least on to Trip, but you probably could. I know you could not run silent as long as you could on the Glacier site, because you just don't have the sight lines back to the west that you have. Back to the east, the roundabout, not as critical an area. You can see that with the west, you would have. So park events will increase traffic congestion. That was discussed. May have to look at a larger parking area to share some parking, something like that. We didn't get into that right now because we were really just trying to keep this apples to apples. And then obviously we would follow all the guidelines that follow either the parkland or the resulting neighborhood. And those site costs, because it is the least expensive of the three, because there's just not a lot of site work to do. It's got about 7 or 8 feet of natural sheet flow drop to the west of that existing low point. And so it's about $650,000 for that. So any questions on the park?
You talk about the sight line for this location versus Glacier, wouldn't, and run silent capability. Don't you have the line of sight issues are the same if you're coming out of Glacier going east? Because you're still going through that S curve. So if you've got it going west out of this location, which it is a shorter distance before you hit those curves, and Trip Road has actually got a slight decline going down to where the low area is that we're concerned about flooding. But it would seem to me like you would still have, you'd be running sirens going through that area regardless which direction you came from.
Well, yes, and that's true, but you just have to keep in mind that you're really looking for turning into the same flow of traffic. So when you leave Glacier, you're not worried about oncoming traffic. You generally have enough. We put enough concrete on the apron before you get to the street where the drivers will be able to see out what's going on. If they can cross without a conflict and get in that eastbound lane coming out of Glacier, then that curve is not as big of an issue. They can run silent, assuming people are staying in their lane. but if they're coming westbound, they see the siren or they see the lights, no siren's not a big deal. Coming out, if you have to turn and that traffic's following you coming out of the park site, for example, going east, somebody's coming around that curve, maybe a little faster than they should or not paying attention, whatever. That's where you have a rear end collision in the truck because they're not prepared for that. So, but they are similar in nature, but you kind of look at how the flow is on the truck. You want to make sure the rear end collision is really what we're looking for on clearance. Yes, sir.
I have a question for you, and it's not necessarily pertaining to this work. By the way, this is excellent. I love all the information. How much would it take to actually build a fire station? Not the groundwork, but the fire station itself.
Okay. Well, our current estimates in the market is showing somewhere between $375 and $450 a square foot, and that's just the construction market in the metroplex. That's not really architecturally driven. We can change that price point by maybe $15, $20 a square foot in quality of materials, but that is just a market of what's out there, actual stations that have bid and are currently bidding, and those are good numbers. Those are actual bids we can back up. So we're currently looking at somewhere between 11 and 13,000 feet. We're trying to figure all that out back and forth. We kind of put that a little bit on hold once we got the mass that we knew would work on the site. So we're looking at somewhere between $4.5 and $5 million, something like that.
$4.5 million.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, since I was going to the public comments, but if since we start asking questions,
If you,
go ahead, sir.
no, I'm sorry. I was going to say, if I can summarize, and then it may make the questions, it may work them off here. So I just threw this in there. These are kind of the highlights that we felt were important. Glacier does require additional offsite dirt work or earth to be brought in. But it also is a relatively simple civil design because we're using the existing sheet flow that's already there on the site. And so that's, but it's a larger amount of dirt because it's a larger drop off basically back to the pond. Town hall, we've all heard it's a significant, it can be done. It's just a significant cost to maintain those existing drainage patterns. And then town center park is minimal earthwork. Everything's cut and filled on the site, sheet drainage, civil type thing. So these are kind of the highlights that I wanted to focus on that first cost I talked about. So sorry about that interruption, Mayor. I just wanted
No, sir.
that concludes that.
Okay. Are there any questions here at this time? Can come back and ask more questions. If not, sir, would you mind taking a seat and we'll come back?
Okay.
Okay. So this is the time we've been waiting for. So I'm going to open up for public comments. I'm going to ask two things from the members of the audience. If you are here to speak to the council, I'm going to ask that you fill in one of these forms and send that in with the town secretary. The second thing is I'm going to ask that you limit your time of comments to 3 minutes, please. And Rachel will keep track of the time and she'll give me a warning. With that, if you'd like to come and speak to the council on the agenda topic, please come forward.
Mayor, you want me to read this one first then?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay. So this was received in email. This is Christine Gunter. She lives at 318 East Trip Road. Says, I live on Tripp, very close to Jobson. I believe that the corner is a poor location due to the fact that there are many more homes north of there, and it will do nothing but encourage development on that corner, which will cause a lot of problems. I think Jobson Park is a much better option. It is closer to more streets, homes, and development, and closer to Town East to access homes in that area and at that end of town. I'd like very much to not have to get into a big fight over the corner at Tripp and Jobson for the same reasons we all had and will continue to have regarding drainage and traffic. That corner should remain as it is and keep the horses and protect our property. Since the town had no plans for sewer over here, as it has been promised since we came here in 2008. Tripp doesn't need more traffic either. What will be done with the current location? What happened to improving Nance Road, making it a connection between Jobson and Town East? That would help a lot with being able to get around in this area. I also think the space at the big park is a good idea, maybe better because it's closer to businesses and schools and possibly has better access to more homes than the Glacier property does. I don't believe the Glacier corner is a good choice at all due to the possible flooding of our property. The lake is already directed at our property, and taking even more away will surely cause drainage and even flooding on our side of Tripp and Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. My apologies for making wait. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Deborah Carlin, 229 Mansfield Boulevard, Sunnyvale, Texas.
Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to encourage you to adopt the Glacier location. My background does happen to be in the fire service. I was with the Dallas Fire Department for 34 years, the last 14 years as the fire marshal. So I do have some experience in dealing with fire station location decisions. And I do understand it can be very emotional. When you have changed your neighborhood, regardless of the reason, you're going to have people that it upsets. And that's just part of growing as we're doing as a town. But it's our bigger responsibility to do what's right for the city, for the town. In this case, I really think you need to look at the data and make your decision based on the metrics that you've been given, not only by Chief Kendrick, but also supported by your expert with the GIS analysis and even your architects. The Glacier is just a much better position for responding to incidents in Sunnyvale. The one at Town Hall really concerns me because you're coming out onto Collins, and not only do you have a higher response time, but you're also really endangering your firefighters and your public just getting them to the incidents. So in many times, they're not even going to make it because they're going to be involved in an incident right there in front of Town Hall. And those of you who have bought fire engines, they're not cheap. And you can't go to Ford and get another one while you're waiting for this one to be repaired. So I really think you have to consider that possibility, not only, and maybe more importantly, the potential injuries to our firefighters making these runs. I'm totally opposed to taking any of the parkland that we need so badly for green space to build a fire station when you have a very acceptable alternative in Glacier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to come forward? Appreciate you waiting, Mr. Mark. Thank you so much.
Peter Ball, 357 Tripp Road. My concerns are that we hadn't had an opportunity for the whole town to look at and discuss the park. This has just come into one of our choices from what I understand in the last week. And if y'all are really considering to take action tonight, which I hope you are, and you don't get sidetracked by the park, I don't think the short park should be one of the choices because the town hadn't been noticed and told that it's possibly going to lose parkland to a fire station. And I think the whole town deserves to know that and have a say, have an opportunity to speak their mind on that. And I just found out by a knock on my door Friday afternoon, just because I live across the street. I don't think that's fair to the whole town. for y'all to take action and include something that has just come about in a week without anybody being noticed except for a handful of people by a knock on the door. You know, and it looks to me like this has come from a, I don't know how to say, maybe a misappropriate question at a staff meeting that even brought this up. I mean, y'all had chosen y'all's choices to be looked at, and then another one's thrown in there at the last second. That doesn't seem like the appropriate time for that to happen. So that's my concerns, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak to the council at this time? Yes, sir. Come on in. Good evening, sir. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Mark Travis. I live at 361 East Trip Road. And my driveway butts just about into the entrance of the park. And if you guys want to see something funny, come to my house about 8:30 any morning except Sunday. Sit out front and watch the traffic come in and out of that park. It's a game of chicken. And you know, when you get a fire truck and an ambulance in there with everybody's adrenaline going, it's going to be really interesting. When I came up here tonight, I drove through the park, had to work my way around. At 6:40, there were 31 cars parked in the parking lot at the park. So that means, best guess, an estimate could be 70 people, you know, between 70 and 100. You figure there's probably 3 people to a car, 2 people to a car. But right now, it's dusk, it's starting to thin out. But most of the time, there's probably well over 50 to 60, 70 cars over there with people walking. And this is going on all throughout the day. So it's just going to be you know, pedestrians are walking across, people have dogs. You know, it's just really pretty entertaining to come over there and look at that. But, you know, like I said, then people come off the circle or the roundabout over there. And what they do is they kind of have to stop, and then they gun it up through the bank, work their way through where it zigzags a little bit, and they hit the lane bumps. And I've often, you know, the joke, are you driving by Braille? Because you can hear, you know, those people, they're gunning it coming down through there. And then they've got to slow down to park, and then at the curve where Cash lives. So it's, you know, it's kind of a traveling nightmare through that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Travis. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Yes, sir. Come on forward. Doing well.
Sorry, I had to run in from football practice.
Yes. Before you run, if you don't mind, fill up a form for me, please.
Yes, sir.
And drop it off with them.
Yes, sir. Can I do that after I talk?
Yes,
or
sir.
do you want to
Yes,
do it
sir.
now? Okay.
Go ahead and state your name and address for
Yeah.
the record.
My name is William Weed. I lived at 355 Trip, right across the street from the park. So, and I also wanted to talk about the park. I mean, obviously, I'd be another person. I'm just mimicking a lot of what he said. People coming around that curve, and I heard the presentation. I was listening to the presentation while we were at football practice. My concern is the cars coming across. I know they're doing construction in a house next to me, and they parked an 18-wheeler in that area, and the cops were pulling that 18-wheeler over, and they're like, you got to go, because people come around this S-curve, and they just cannot see you. And that was one of the things my neighbor said, you have to bring that up, that there's a concern, them coming out of there and making that turn. People coming around that S-curve will not be able to see them. My other issue is we use that park a lot. I'm here flying kites with my kids. When we don't have football places to play, because we rely mostly on the schools, and when schools are shut down, that's what we got. All this summer with COVID, I don't know how many of y'all went to that park. That park was the lifeblood of Sunnyvale. I mean, it was. At 7 a.m. in the morning, people out there walking the trails, and I'm worried that you're taking away really only green space that we have to do that. I know we have walking areas, but not really, not like that. And that's my big deal, is just making sure we protect our green areas in Sunnyvale, especially for me. I have 4 boys. We want those areas to get out, and the park is not enough. We need that green space to get out to play volleyball. People set up volleyball nets there. We play soccer games. We have all kinds of stuff in that area that It's for the community, not for like necessarily a sports event, but for people to come out and do stuff.
Thanks for coming to speak to us. Appreciate you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward and speak to the council? Okay, no one else is coming forward. Erica, do we have anyone on the Zoom call who would like to speak or raise their hands?
Yes, we have 4 hands raised right now. The first one is Ashlyn Gartner.
Good evening, Ashton Gardner. Go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. My name is Ashlyn Gartner. I live at 219 North Jobson Road. I'm also a licensed architect in the state of Texas, and I currently work for a design build firm downtown. I just wanted to bring about a couple points regarding the Glacier site and the town hall site. Honestly, I didn't know that the park was an option until this evening. So just logically speaking, in terms of like an urban planning, the hierarchy of streets, obviously the arterial, the larger, faster streets are going to get you where you need to go faster than the collector streets. Also, the American Planning Association puts a hierarchy on access for planning of fire stations, and a higher access and a higher value is given to more dense community assets, such as commercial, industrial, or institutions such as schools. So if there would be an emergency at a dense community asset, such as a school, how fast would the response time be for that versus a single family residential? Obviously, we're very blessed here in Sunnyvale. It seems like from that amazing presentation, a lot of our current response times are residential, but I ask you to think about the what if there. Also, thank you, Christine, for your presentation. I did have one question. When you were discussing the town hall site, you said a con would be the westward access, but was it ever considered to go south and then west on the access road, as opposed to trying to make the 3 stop on the traffic circle? It seems to me like the access road is a valuable asset because it's straight and it provides a very direct route to the west side of town. Also, finally, I think one of the wonderful things about living in Sunnyvale is that we have these little tiny pockets, these agricultural gems, if you will. It's kind of like a luxurious country living. And we need to be really, really careful how we develop these sites. Obviously, the development is a positive thing for our town. But I think we just need to be careful how we treat these last few little pockets that we do have left. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Who is next?
Next up is James Barta.
Good evening, James Barta.
Yes, this is James Bart. I'm at 302 East Trip Road. I looked directly at the park with the horses. And so I'd like to start off by just saying that I am absolutely not opposed to having a fire station there. My concerns, I have a variety of different concerns that we're looking at. And I think it's really a matter of 2 different things. At the park location, it seems like that fits every single criteria that we've asked for and concerns that were raised over the last meeting. Has quicker response times, cheaper to actually put the fire station there with fewer possibility of complications, closer to vital interests like the school, and also when it comes to having some of our large gathering or parks, some of our park events that we have, that's usually where you need to have quick response times for people with heat stroke and things like that. So I think that the park seems to be the perfect answer for all of that. People in Sunnyvale will maybe have to learn how to drive responsibly around corners and maybe realize that you aren't supposed to play chicken with fire trucks. But I think that's something that can easily be overcome. On the other hand, another thing to think about at the Glacier location, one of the possibilities that may be a positive for that is I'd like to hear about what the future planning and growth for that is. I know we definitely wanted to develop it, continue to upgrade the stables, just upgrade it for the community. And this, it may be an extra cost to start off with the fire station, but if we're going to continue to upgrade it and do all the other things in that area, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. So it's kind of the optimal location seems to be the park location, but it may fit in the planning of the overall town design in the future for the Glacier location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Okay, who's next?
Lisa Mackey is next.
Good evening, Lisa.
Oh, this is Trent Mackey. I'm using my last place.
How are you?
My name's Trent Mackey. I live at 136 Johnson Road. I just wanted to reiterate again, we missed out due to the fact that we chose not to use a master plan. We could have skipped a lot of this process. What I'm hearing in all the locations that the city's wanting to use are park properties, realistically. Really not looking at anything else. Still short on data. You're not telling us what type of projected growth we're going to have over in our commercial districts, residential districts that are going to be on our east side of town. We got a lot of growth. Nobody's talking about our growth. We're still talking about, it sounds like, one station. If we're talking about 2 stations, then somebody better start talking about more data than just what we've been presented. Might iterate that, when we're talking about park property, anytime we get it, it's sort of 101 class that you always interject that there's a possibility that you're going to put a municipal building on the property, just in case a situation like this comes along. Sort of cuts down the arguments on that. But again, I just go back to a master plan, or we're getting bits of it. The presentation by the person out of Austin was great information. I think it gave you a little bit more than what was asked for, but that was a positive. I think we need to ask for a lot more before you make these decisions. This is, again, 40 or 50-year building. We're spending almost $6 million. We ought to put a little bit more towards getting our information on a master plan like we should have in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Who's next, Rebecca?
Next, we have Dawn.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. Mike, I have a question about the park location. Was it my understanding that it leads onto Tripp and Collins both? Is that correct?
Just the Tripp, I think.
Yes, it's on both, sir?
Just the Tripp.
Okay. So it seems to me that while that wasn't under initial consideration, being that it is closer, Town Hall being the ideal location, and I think in that front part of that park, there seems to be enough room to be able to put the fire station there, which would eliminate a lot of the other issues around Glacier or anything else that are single 1-lane road going either way. It seems that would be the optimal. City Hall still would be, or Town Hall would still be the best location, but at least with the park, they can go different locations. It is closer to the schools, and per Mr. Mackey's comments earlier, depending on what the future planning is for other areas around town, it seems like that's a central location that would be accessible by other areas versus just being, oh, sorry, I didn't state my address. Sorry about that. 388 Mitchell Drive. But it seems like that would be the best space possible and not impinge on Glacier Park and the homes around there and the horse pasture. So I just think with all of the information that you all have provided, and thank you to the Austin representative that came in and gave us the information that shows that it is, from a time perspective, a good location as well as a cost perspective. So, I think as far as the general thought by Town Hall, and then the park would be second. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dawn. Appreciate you. Okay, anyone else?
Nobody else but Mr. Mackey's. Oh, wait, we have one more. But Mr. Mackey's hand is still raised, so I'm not sure if there was something else he needed to say.
Friend, do you have any final comments?
Oh, it looks like you're giving me access, Ashlyn Gartner, instead of Mr. Mackey.
I didn't hear you, Erica. What did you say?
Oh, it was Ashlyn on there, but
I do.
Mr. Mackey has lowered his hand, but we do have Michelle Weed.
Okay. I'll come back to you. So give me a second. Michelle, good evening.
Hi, I'm Michelle Weed. I live at 355 East Trip Road. I just want to second what Mr. Mole had said, and that we did not get any information about the park location. Someone knocked on our door on Friday, and we weren't even home. And my teenager, who happened to be home doing school, forgot to hand us the paperwork. So we just happened upon the information today about the possibility of putting this across the street. I've been standing outside during this presentation. I've watched, traffic back up and all of that. It backs up in the morning time. And I've just watched families, go through here. I've watched people bike through here. And so I'm just really concerned about the safety of the community, at least here on the town east side. But I'm also part of the reason why we moved to Sunnyvale was the horses and all of that. So I'm not necessarily for the Glacier Ranch either, and seeing that part of our community go away. So I just want you to really consider the safety of the children and the safety of the community that just happens to clog up right here on this strip road, and seeing people hit 60 miles per hour, including sheriffs who respond to events that are happening at this point. And so just please consider the safety of everyone.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, is that the last one? Raising the hand.
Yes, no more hands raised.
Okay, so I'll give you 30 seconds if you could conclude really quickly your last couple of points, please.
From Sunnyvale, my grandfather built there. I know how much our town loves that area, but from what I hear, it seems to fit what we need. And I hate to say that because I grew up in Sunnyvale and I love that. It's my heart where Glacier is, but it seems to fit in and out. You cannot turn your siren on. Some of the very practical parts and expansion. Somebody said that on the phone that, hey, if we're looking for this for 10 years down the road, we can expand on Glacier. And I have a feeling at Town Hall and at the park, we're not going to have that area. So just long-term vision, it just seems to make sense. Like I said, it's my heart. That horse farm, I used to come down when I was at Baylor University. I would exit Collins so that I could come up to the M Streets just to see that horse farm, to know I lived in Sunnyvale, because I didn't want to exit Beltline, because I was city. So it's my heart, but if we do it the right way and we can keep the horses and that stuff, I think we can make everybody happy with that. Really do.
Thank you, sir. Okay, last chance. Anyone else would like to come forward and speak to the council? Okay, no one is coming forward, so I'm going to close the public comments on item number 11. Council, I'm going to ask that we adjourn into executive session. We could do that. Mr. Finch suggested that if you have any question for Christine Thies, that way she doesn't have to stay on the line for too long. So council, if you have any question for Ms. Thies, please go and ask at this time.
Hello, Ms. Thies, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
You said something earlier in your presentation that the optimal time is 2 to 4 minutes travel from a location to wherever it needs to go. Did I hear that correctly? That would be the optimal time, 2 or 4?
Well, obviously, sure, that'd be great, but I wouldn't say that's the optimal time. Actually, what you normally would do is you back it up to what is your response time goal. So when y'all do move to the new CAD system, it would be about that time that you would probably sit down and say, what is our goal for fire response for the community? And so often you've got a couple of national standards to choose from. You've got 1710 and then you have CFAI. And so many larger cities tend to go with CFAI, which tends to sometimes be around 8 minutes. So that's from call receipt to arrival on scene. And so once you break down those time components, you'll know what your travel time is. But usually you kind of go in between about 4 minutes is really kind of the average of what you're looking for. So yes, 2 to 4 is great. But really anything between, 4 to 6 would be considered acceptable.
All right, but let's just assume that once we get the CAD system, that the delivery time, all of that's going to be the same for all of the locations, right? That's going to be very steady for every location that we choose.
Yes, you usually see even distribution for call processing and turnout.
So my question is this. You recommended the Glacier property, even though it is only 2 of the 9 times that you listed were between that 2 to 4 minutes.
Correct.
If you go to City Hall or the park, they are faster to the locations 6 out of the 9.
Correct.
So I guess my question is,
so why'd you recommend Glacier then?
If we're coming in and literally you were brought in to deal with response times, it would seem to me that if the response times lean heavily at the other 2 locations, that it would be that one of those 2 would get the nod over Glacier.
Well, the park would definitely if you are not looking at changing park designation, the park location would win out over both of those, period, because it is closer to your centralized location or the centralized location of Sunnyvale, and then also the access. The reason I chose Glacier over Town Hall, so those were the 2 that I was originally comparing, is because of the access issues coming out of the Town Hall site onto the soon-to-be widened Collins Road.
Sure.
There's going to be, and so my recommendation is if you looked at Town Hall, I would recommend that you also speak to, or you kind of engage your transportation engineers to give you additional time components without me rebuilding the entire street file to deal with the circle. The times that you saw on the map are the ones that I'm calculating. So my concerns with Town Hall are the access onto Collins and also the mitigation for flooding. That's what really kind of made Glacier go above and be selected over Town Hall. But I will say that Glacier, the park and Town Hall are all an improvement over Central's or your Station 1. And the park being probably from a centralized location, a better response time over Glacier and Town Hall.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone has any question for Ms. Christine?
Christine, Ryan Finch here. Thank you again for the presentation. But you made a comment early on in relation to the existing site that was not optimal, the vineyard site, because of the competition with park traffic. And I'm wondering, as I look at the layout of your recommendation or the architect's rendering of the park, the town park, I'm wondering if that same statement should be made there, because, as we've said, I bet there's twice as much traffic coming in and out of that park as there would be the vineyard park. And so I see that there's a turn in from the, I guess, coming back when they come back from a call out. We're still competing with park traffic there, coming in and out. So I'm wondering, I guess my question is, did you consider that in your analysis of that side as well? It is a park, and it's probably one of our busiest parks, and we have competing traffic there much more than we would vineyard.
So no, I did not. I did not meet with the architects. And actually, when I chose the location, I didn't really actually realize it was also on other, that someone else would have picked it as well. So I was looking at it just strictly from a land location perspective. But when I did see the architect's drawings, and again, those can be modified as needed, it did look like the primary response was on its own dedicated driveway. And it doesn't look like your current Station 1 is on its own dedicated driveway. Is that correct? Is that what I feel like that's what I saw from the aerial?
Right. That is a good point. That is a good point. Thank you.
And so the return on the architect's drawing into the station, that's a different animal altogether. They're not, they're coming back to the station. But again, those things are, if I, do agree that you don't like to compete. The fire trucks are big, they're heavy. But from the drawing that I saw, today, it's a primary, its exit is it's on its own driveway.
Thank you.
Anyone else? A question for Christine or the architect at this time? Okay, if there are none, I'm going to ask that if Christine wants to drop off, I'm going to suggest that. Everybody's okay with that?
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting project, and I'm excited that y'all are going to get a new fire truck or fire station that will hopefully serve the residents as well as they need. So I appreciate it. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, Christine, for your service. Appreciate it. So, Council, I want to call for a motion to adjourn into an executive session pursuant to Section 551.071, consultation with the city attorney on this particular item.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Finch, second by Mr. Freeman to adjourn into executive session. Everyone heard the motion? Any discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Members of the audience, don't know how long this will last, but we intend to come back and make a vote on this one after this one, unless something changes there. Now time is 8:40 and we are in executive session. Thank you. Everybody's back? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Rachel, you're running? Okay. Now time is 8:57. We are out of the executive session and back in the regular session. I can confirm that as a result of the executive session, no action needs to be taken. So council, let's continue with our regular sessions on item number 11, please. So council, it's time for discussions. Anyone? Mr. Elliott, a comment?
Sure, I'll kick us off. Thanks to everyone who had input on this. I know it's a big project, taking a long time, but it needs to take time. We need to think about it thoroughly. This will be the spot. This will be the location of a fire department for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Right? We're talking about safety. And echo Councilman Allen a long time ago, he said, if money was no object, land was no issue, where do we put this? Right? So I'm looking at the numbers. Closer. So I'm looking at the numbers and mostly response time numbers, right? So response time is what matters to me, right? How fast can we get there? Right? The chief talked about this in one of our meetings. He said, every 30 seconds lost is a life. Is that right? Hear that right? Intensifies the loss of life, right? So across the board, looking at all the numbers between our current facility, Glacier, Town Hall, and the park. So Councilman Freeman talked about this. The park has the top 4 times, fastest response times, as 2 of the second rankings times, right? So it basically makes it one of the most desired locations, right? Town Hall comes in second with a 1 ranking, top ranking, and 6 secondary rankings. Glacier doesn't rank first in anything, even compared to our current site. So that being said, also to factor in things like hotspot, right? So one of the biggest hotspots we have is assisted living, right? Glacier right now, sorry, the way they say right now would be 5 minutes and 10 seconds response time, as opposed to Town Hall, 2 minutes, 56 seconds, Park, 3 minutes, 47 seconds. We're talking about a variation about 2 minutes to a minute and a half between Glacier, other options, right? You're talking about significant chances of loss of life, right? Are we willing to say, I'd rather have Glacier because it's prettier over life? That's what it comes down to, right? And I'd be hard pressed to go against, when the citizens ask me, hey, Mark, why did we choose this location? Is it the most affordable? Well, no, it's not. Is it the best for safety? Is it best for our people? Well, no, it's not actually not the fastest response times. It'd be hard to defend that. It'd be really hard for me to sit there and look people straight in the face and say, there are better options, not just monetarily, but also safety.
Thank you, Mr. Eldridge. Are there additional comments or discussions on this topic? Anyone? Mr. Egan.
Mayor, I just want to, this is why we sit up here, is because it's one of the tough decisions. And it's easy to sit out there and say it's not tough because you just need to decide to do what I want you to do. But we serve, I'm sorry if I'm too close. We serve the town. And in saying that, I hope I don't get too long and you throw the hook at me for going over 3 minutes, but there's a number of points, positive points and negative points to all 3 locations, or maybe we call it all 4 locations. I never really thought that the south of Town Hall location was a good location. Just look at the geography. It's pretty easy. We've got residents flooding just upstream of this point. We're going through part of the CIP process to improve the drainage under Tripp Road so that we get more water to go into the area where we're thinking about building a fire station. Well, that doesn't make sense. Then you talk about the Glacier property, and I'll even bring the Jobson property into it, even though they're both on Jobson. But I'll bring the Jobson property into, we got a lot of testimony last time from residents, and I totally understood it. We made our major life investment to move to this town. We spent a lot of money for our number one investment to be in this town. How dare y'all put a fire station right across the street from our house? And I wanted to say, well, if the choice is between Jobson and Glacier, what about the people that live over in the M streets? They made the same investment. So that mutes that particular argument. But it does raise the question about how impactful whatever we do will impact the citizens. The south of town hall location, except for the geography and the cost. Not that we're necessarily looking at cost, but over the past 4 or 5 months, I've just gotten to be real sensitive to this council and subsequent councils. Well, I'm still a part of it. Until we know what's going to be happening to us financially, I'm real sensitive to us spending excess of money. But I also want to be sure that we're properly protecting our citizens at the same time. And I've kind of semi-lost my train of thought there. But when you go back and you start looking at the numbers, and we bought Glacier Park, 4B bought Glacier Park, in order that we could salvage and save the horses, which I was all for. I didn't know what the end game was going to be. I don't think we had an end game. And I know that there's people that complain because we do things and we don't have an end game. But sometimes we're just stuck in the middle where we don't. And in fact, the reason why we're having this argument tonight about a fire station location is because previous councils didn't put together an end game. We wouldn't be going through this. We could have been setting a fire station at Jobson Park, because back when I moved here, that was a cow field. And, I didn't get, again, I've said this before, I didn't get involved with what was going on in the town then because I was doing other things. But, when hindsight's 2020, and I can see that previous councils didn't really think out those public improvements that would need to be done as the town began to grow. And now we're here and we're in the middle of it. And as I had asked originally when we tabled this before, that I think that we need to have a master plan. We still don't have a master plan, and I'm not shaming anybody for it. But, I think it becomes an easier pill to swallow for people when they see what the big plan is. Because eventually 190 is going to be going through this town. Oh, and in all likelihood, this isn't the only fire station that's going to get built for this town. There's going to be more. And in all likelihood, because we don't have our master plan put together of where we think they're going to go on the basis of where we think the population is going to be and what the 190 going through, we're going to go through this same thing, or maybe not this council, but a council is going to go through this same thing all over again. So I know I'm kind of going off tangent, but let's get back over here to where it needs to be.
Mark, can I ask one question on it? So I know you mentioned about master plan last time and this time, right? So respect, I just want to get a clarification. Is your suggestion that we stop and make the master plan before we move forward, or work on that in parallel? I just want to get a clarification. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with you. Just want to understand your point.
Good question. It would be different if we didn't have a fire station to work out of. And I hate that our people have to work out of a dilapidated fire station. I've hated it ever since I first walked in there 10 years ago. I don't know what another month is how it's going to impact us. I know, and I'm one that doesn't like to keep kicking the can down the road too, which is effectively what's going on, but I don't think that we've got enough information. I also think, and I want to throw this out, that the response times, the location for utilizing the park property. I understand people that say, oh, don't get rid of my park. I don't want to lose that. Well, we've gained some park property in the more recent years. Now, it's not nice and manicured. And like town manager has stated, it's not irrigated, but it's manicured. We maintain it, the park property next to town hall. Glacier is not manicured because we've not done anything with it. The way that we have operated that for the 2.5 or 3 years that we've had it, it's not been set up for that. Now, I've asked for some things to be done and to maybe try to improve the situation over there that, at least for the horses, that wouldn't cost a whole lot of money and doesn't depend on the fact that we have to build a barn. There are, because regardless, time goes on with regard to that land and things could be done to it to improve it, regardless of whether or not you're ever going to build a barn on it or not. But that's another story. But when if I were to have to make a decision tonight, I'll tell you right now, my decision would be to put it on the park over here. The concern, and I think Mr. Finch had made a good point, but I know that there's a way around it. What the architects did is they kind of threw a generalized idea of what the fire station would look like on that front piece of property and utilize the existing drive into the park. Well, that's easy to fix. You either make that drive wider, which isn't good, or you put another drive just a little bit to the west of that existing drive that's dedicated for the loop circle for the fire station. There's room in there to do it. And they would still be able to have the entrance and exit. Because, yeah, I mean, I don't come to that park that often. I mean, I do drive by it quite a bit, but because of all the trees in the bar ditches, you really can't see onto that property until you get past it. But proper landscaping, I think, would tend to mitigate the impact to the citizens in the immediate area. I totally understand where Mr. Mull is coming from. I also understand where Mr. Wade's coming from, who would be just relatively right across the street from. I think the number of citizens that would be impacted by the park property here at Town Center Park would be fewer than the number of citizens that are going to be impacted by either one of the Glacier Park or Jobson Road location. But I think the overriding thing that I think a lot of people have a problem with is that there's not the master plan that says, where's the next one going to be? Have we even thought about buying that land? So we're not going down this road again, because the next new people that move to town are going to be complaining the same way. And the same holds true for major thoroughfare roads that go through a town. And to go back to what I was started to reference Mr. Finch on, is the concern of ingress egress that we have currently, and that's next to a soccer field. Fortunately, Town Center Park doesn't have enough room to ever have any kind of a sports field to be able to have enough people accumulated. Now, granted, and I don't disagree, 51 cars or whatever the number was turns into 100 and something people that are on the park. If that's a separated driveway, there's not necessarily an accident waiting to happen there, number one. Number two, there's nothing that says that, and I believe there's enough right of way to do it, but there's nothing that says that you could do a little bit of widening of the right of way to some point just west of that fire station that would be here on Town Center Park. That would begin to minimize the exit issues that we would have on emergency response. So, I don't know that we have enough information. I don't think it would be right to the citizens for us to choose the Town Center Park site here tonight without given them some opportunity at least to be able to say something. We did write, at least we notified, but people have lives and schedules. They can't just run right over here. If it comes down to it, we just, by golly, we have to make a decision tonight, because we can't do anything unless we do. Town Center Park to me goes out. That puts Glacier in the next step, because that's all you have to work with. But I think under any condition of any of that, we are not doing right by the town if we make a final decision tonight. That's my 3.2 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Freeman? I'm just going to go around and call everybody. That's all.
Sounds good. We're picking a circuitous route, by the way. We're hitting him, me. But so here's kind of my thought. There's been a lot of things that have been discussed tonight, and it's, you know, I think we just need to dive into growth. Someone's talking about we have a master plan. We don't know where growth is. We know where growth is because we know where available land is, right? Available land is over here by the lake, right? I drove in between now and the last time that we did this. I literally drove my car between Town Hall, because at that point, those were the options. Town Hall and Jobson, my car following the speed limit was 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes difference. The two locations between the park and Town Hall, it was funny. I looked at Mark's numbers. He said that first place was the park. Actually, Town Hall and the park were within 2 seconds on 5 different ones. So literally the number one response time on 6 of the 9 was the park and Town Hall. Literally within 2 seconds of each other, it was 6 of the 9. The last time we had this conversation, I mean, the focus of the conversation was based around response times. It was based on doing what makes it best and more safe for our citizens. And when you look at the difference in times, it's not close. It's not as if, oh, this one was 15 seconds off. We're talking about 2 minutes on almost every one where the park and Town Hall were best, 2 minutes. And that was 6 of 9. So I think we need to also kind of redirect the conversation back to where I thought we had it the last meeting, doing what's the safest for our town. Second off, I think we also need to look at the fact that, you know, when you look at, you know, kind of exactly what's going on with this land. I mean, we've got, you know, the parkland. And by the way, the citizens who came out who live across the street, thank you so much. Like literally when we have these discussions, there's so many times that we try to make these decisions and we really don't have a lot of good public input. Thank you for coming out. Let's also not forget the times we've had discussions about the glacier land before and all the citizens who came out in favor of the glacier land then. And then when we did this a month and a half ago and all the citizens who came out and basically said that we didn't want it at Glacier and we didn't want it at the Jobson Park as well. So, I mean, tonight there was a lot of people who came out and said, you know, at that park, you know, the park is a place where we like to go. And I kept hearing green space, but Glacier's green space as well. Glacier's green space is actually probably more out there in the open in front of everyone than the green space of the park is because the park's very well hidden. We also had someone say that at 7 o'clock on a Sunday, there's not too many people there. That's why I go play tennis at 7 o'clock on Sundays, get it done, come back and, you know, get down and sit down in front of church. But I will tell you, yeah, it is busy. It is busy. There's something else about having a fire station at a park. The ancillary benefits that you don't get by having it anywhere else. Keep in mind that part at night, because again, I'll show up at Saturday morning, Sunday mornings. At times you show up and there's been a fair amount of partying that's been going on in the park. You have a fire station there. Now you have people that are there 24/7 who actually will, you know, again, not their job to monitor it, their job to know if something's going on that isn't right. Also, with all the kids that are at that park, people fall off slides, break arms, break legs. Guess what? You have medical staff right there. Getting in and out when it's busy. I brought this up a long time ago. We had this discussion. I grew up in this town. I played baseball at Vanston Middle School. There were 6 baseball fields. There was a fire station that literally was in that parking lot. We're not talking 30, 40 cars. We're talking 150 to 200 cars. We're talking 600, 700 people at any given time. The fire station, the fire field never had an issue getting to fires or away from fires because of it. It's one of those things that, yes, you know, if you can address egress, ingress, we could make it better. Right, we can make it where it's better, but I still don't think at the end of the day that is a selling point anywhere, you know, for or better. The last thing I will bring up is this: costs. You know, costs are something that, and that I had to ask the question because I've known. So the bond that we took out was $5.7 million, right? $5.7 million to build a fire station. Now we did this knowing that there was going to have to be ground improvements, and heck, one of the locations that was being thought of at that time was City Hall, and we knew there was going to be major ground improvements. They built in a little bit of wiggle room to that $5.7 million number. We just discussed this. I still think we have to pay Glacier, pay for half a Glacier, which means you can take that cost and shoot it up another, what, 250 at that point. So basically now you're looking at one of the options, which is by far the cheapest. And not only is it by far the cheapest, it is better, better response times, more centrally located, closer to the growth of this town. And if you look at it, when you add everything that you need for a 30 to 50 year fire department, when you add it all together and all of the factors point to the same location, how do you not pick that location? To me, it is absolutely a no-brainer. It's cheaper, it's safer, it's better located, and it's better situated for future growth. So I do agree that with Mr. Egan, the town needs to be notified. We need to allow them to come out and speak against it. Because again, I'm not opposed to pushing it out 30 days if we have to, because at the end of the day, you know, measure twice, cut once, measure 3 times, 4 times, however many times it takes to make sure we get the right decision. But I do believe that the park is the right decision. And I think all of the data proves it. I'll end with one point. The way we wrapped this up last time, someone came out and said, you know what? I want to see all the data. Because when I see all the data, I'm pretty sure that we're going to find the one that's the right one. And I think that we've done it. I think we have plenty of data. I think it all points to the same location. And I think it's the right one.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Clark, you want to come next?
Sure. For me, you know, I've been interested in Glacier from the early on, is because what it can mean for the town. You know, Sunnyvale is a very special place, and the people love the horses. They love driving by there, and you know, I don't think a fire station really changes that. I think that it can remain special. So everyone is coming at this from a perspective that a fire station near them is a bad thing. And I've lived near fire stations before. It's actually, fire stations are great neighbors, and they're not bad things. So wherever the location is, that's just a general thought. They're not bad things. They can be great neighbors. And what we're talking about here, well, I think what we're talking about for Glacier could make that area, continue to make it special. You know, what could Glacier be? I'm on the Glacier committee, and we're looking at barns right now. We're looking at ways to build it out. You know, redoing the current buildings that are there. I'm not sure what to call them, but you know, making a nice barn that we can have, you know, not equestrian center, but a nice place for stables. And, you know, what else could we do with that land? I think we could, you know, if we had the fire station there, we could tie it in well architecturally. You know, I'd envision one day having a nice iron statue out front with, you know, an old fire wagon that's drawn by horses just out front, kind of tie it together. But architecturally, we could tie in the buildings together. You know, what else can Glacier be? We've been talking about doing some different paths around it. I know there's concerns with the horses, so there'd have to be proper fencing around there. But you know, one day I'd eventually like maybe I think all of you have heard me say I'd love to have a pier out into that, dredge that pond and build up the sides and make it a little fishing spot. Again, we can have the horses there, but we can also have it for other uses that people can use it and still see the horses and still make it a very special spot. So, you know, for me, the response times are very similar, looking at all 3 locations. And I do think that Glacier is the best spot for our fire station. And I know there's people that live there and very close to Glacier that will be unhappy. But I think that if they look at it from a different perspective, I think, again, I'll go back to a fire station is actually a great neighbor. So.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That's a little bit close. It's obvious that we all see this a little bit differently, and that's fine. That's why a debate is important, and that's why a discussion is important. I do disagree with a couple of things, and I just want to go back and cover those real quick. The town owes the money for Glacier whether we buy this or not. That does not add, in my opinion, to the cost of Glacier, as Mr. Freeman mentioned. We owe half of that money whether we put a fire station there or not. Time responses are pretty similar. I get it that numerical value leans toward one over the other. So they're similar. You know, maybe we need more discussion from Chief Kendrick on that. I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm not sure, listening to citizens and listening to the report of the architect, listen to Miss Christine, I'm sorry I missed her last name, that it's actually the safest place at the town park. I'm not sure when we have that many people there, their indication was that may not be a good place. And I get it, people get hurt in parks, but I'm not sure how many responses we've had at our town park that actually wants that fire station to be put there because of injuries there. Maybe they are, maybe that's something that needs to be looked at. And then I looked at, just looking at this park, we're going to take 3 acres roughly of parkland. And think about the events that we have there as the town. We just chewed up a huge chunk of land to put a fire station there when we have another option. You know, I listened and I recalled and went through our notes today for the previous comments. There were a lot of people that did not want it at Jobson. And I actually live in Homestead, and I wasn't opposed to putting it there. It seemed like anybody was in favor of Jobson at any point. So, okay, we'll throw that one out the window, I guess, for discussion. And then we look at Glacier. And Glacier is an interesting perspective. There were some people that are opposed to Glacier. We certainly have annotated those comments on record. And there are people that are opposed to having a town park. Those numbers are about the same. But oddly enough, there were a lot of people from the Jobson area said, hey, put it at Glacier. That's a good location. It's conversation. It's good for discussion. Citizen impact, it goes back to, we're almost at a 50-50 place here for a lot of reasons. And again, there's a lot of different opinions here, a lot of different discussions, and I respect all of those, and that's okay. I've never been a big fan of our town previously purchasing Glacier without a purpose, without a direction, to Councilman Egan's point. And now we're looking at spending several $1 million to figure out what to do with it. Maybe not that much. We have an opportunity to put a fire station there. Maybe the citizens around that could help mold that fire station into something they would like to see, since they're closely located there, into a barn that meshes into the further development of Glacier. I don't see where future development comes from Glacier if we don't take advantage of the possibilities now. Putting a sewer there, which entertains the residents on the other side of Tripp that I guess were promised something in 2008. I'm not sure, but that seems to keep coming up. So that's a positive option out of that. And the thing that I keep going back to, one of our councilmen shared it early on, is NIMBY, not in my backyard. Don't put it back in my backyard. You can put it over there. You can put it at Glacier because it's not mine. You can put it at Town Park because it's not, I don't live there. Oh, you can put it at Jobson because it's not going to be my lights in my yard. Everybody's got that. It's going to be in somebody's backyard, guys. It's going to be there. But I thought what was interesting was a comment from a lady tonight, and I wish she was still here. I wish I could have some more dialogue with her. Her name was Deborah Carlisle. She's a fire chief from somewhere. She said as such. She said she had a lot of background. Oddly enough, she lives in the backyard of what she said the best location was Glacier. I thought that was interesting. She's one of the people that should have said, not my backyard, put it someone else's. But she says, and she lived on Mansfield in the M Streets, this is the right place to put it. It's a discussion we have to have. It's a decision we have to make. If we want to have more discussions about master plans, if we want to have more discussions about times, I'm okay with that. And I respect that everybody here is a little bit different place of where we are. Kicking the can down the road much further is probably not a responsible part on ours, no matter where we put it. We need to make a decision and we need to move forward. That's why we're here. If we can't make that decision, we're in the wrong place, Chief. Excuse me, Mayor. We're just, yeah, we're talking about the fire chief. you know, it's just, it's why we're here. And if we're not willing to make a decision, regardless if we don't all agree, then this is the wrong place for us to be. Tough people, tough leaders make tough decisions, whether it's today or 30 days, that's fine. And I do agree if we decide to put it in the town park, or if that's the direction somebody wants to go, I'm absolutely opposed to doing that without town notification and without everybody in the town have a chance to say, hey, we're taking away 3 acres of that town park. And let's see what they have to say about that. I would end with one more comment, and that is that, you know, we kept leaning on Chief Kendrick to tell us, hey, tell me, you're the chief here, you tell me in design and response and your experience what fits best. And I'd like to hear from him if that's possible, if we can do that, to say, hey, look, maybe some more data's popped up, maybe you've changed, but I'd like to hear what he says is his opinion as to where we ought to go with these decisions here, if that's possible there.
So would you care to comment?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, Council Mayor. I know it is a tough decision. Gosh, ever since I got here to the town of Sunnyvale to represent public safety, there are always a lot of hard decisions to make, and it does take time. As far as zeroing into what we've discussed mostly all tonight on locations, you know, Glacier has always been one of my points from way back. And trust me, I understand the citizens here, the ones that we serve, but we want to serve them the best way that we know how. And having positions of fire stations it is a tough decision. There are a lot of information that has to be had, and I'm hoping that we've accomplished the majority of the concerns that you as council and mayor have. I still consider, as I said, Glacier, if you want to talk about accessibility, where I've heard about the park and the entrance and the turns and things like that. For instance, the Glacier property, yes, there's an S-curve toward the east, but yet we can kind of see where the cars are coming from the east a lot quicker than we could if we were at the park. They said something about the noise. We talked about the noise, we've covered that, and I think the fire department and the men that serve and women that serve in the fire department are very conscious of what their community expects out of them. And we do what we can. And the biggest thing that I can say on the top of all the men and women in the fire department is our responses to those that are needing the 911. They call us. That's the bottom line. And I've been on many occasions in my career, what took you so long? And you don't know how much that really hurts to hear when you're as dedicated as the fire folks here in Sunnyvale. I'd love to have another place. I really would, somewhere. I know it's very difficult. I understand the master plans are things that need to be done. But the thing about master plan, if you're ever going to do a master plan correctly, it covers a lot of things, not just public safety, but it calls your utilities, your water, all that is in a master plan, because you want to think about water towers and things like that. So it kind of gets me into the dovetail of the Glacier property once again. My thought when I said Glacier and saw the barn and hear the conversations that we have in our staff meetings regarding the Glacier, the barns and things like that, we wanted to make it a better spot for the barns and the horses and for people to enjoy the horses. I think we could do that. We've already talked I've been there as well with architect firms to say, we can make it look however attractive. And when we talk about people wanting to come or live in Sunnyvale, we hope that that's one of the things they're really going to see of an improvement of a location that, again, that we've kind of spruced up the barns a little bit, but we've got public safety sitting there. You know, I knew utility work, so I knew that location would be better and even help, you know, build the barns. So there was a lot of things. It wasn't just, hey, I like a fire station there. It was in my thoughts and my planning as well of more things that we can utilize, even using the barn situation location as far as building the fire station there. So that's my overall look at the location. So I appreciate your asking me to come up and speak. Truly, these men and women again are dedicated, and they want to do the best they can to help protect y'all. And we know that y'all are here to help us, and that's what we appreciate as well.
Chief, thanks for everything you all do and all your folks do. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us. Mr. Allen, have you concluded?
No,
You have
so
a question for us?
Chief, I have another question for you real quick. No, you're not gonna get out of it.
Yes, sir.
We're getting down to, we're either gonna have to make a decision, we're gonna have to get some more input, one or the other. If you had to make the decision tonight, where would you put this in the best interest of our town?
Glazier.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, I do have one comment about, I'm done, Chief, thanks. I do have one comment regarding town hall. I think a year ago, I really wanted to see it at town hall. I just thought that was a good centralized point, if not here across the street, and that data didn't work out. And I don't hear anybody dicing out saying town hall is a good location. I'm a little bit disappointed because I thought that would have been a good spot to have it. I just don't see how, given the dynamics, throwing the money out the window, but just looking at the over dynamics of the floodplain, I don't see how we do that. And I think the architect made a point that was really good and spot on, is that the 100-year floodplain used to be 200 years and now it's 20. And that concerns me, town hall, but it also should concern a little bit over Glazier, because we do know there's some flooding on Tripp and around that area. That is it significant? It never is significant until it happens to you. Kind of like a tornado. When it happens to you, you know that it's significant. And so I would really want to see any flooding issues addressed if that was the direction this council went, at a much more in-depth level than where we're at now. So that's really all I have. And again, I don't hear anybody really necessarily arguing for town hall, but I was a year ago, 18 months ago, thinking that was the best location for our town. And it doesn't seem like that's a good spot at this point. Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. Finch?
Obviously, a lot of emotion and facts involved in this discussion. I'll start with our town park. I'm opposed to putting it in town park. We have an improved space. I don't think the sidelines are good. I think that's my initial thing is it's an improved space. We use it for parkland. I am not for, if that was the only space we had, I'm not to consider it, but I'm not willing to consider that. I think we've had the chief and his group give us some data. We've hired somebody else outside to give us some data. Matter of fact, I think I made that motion to hire this other person, Christine, to come in and give us some data, which was good. Even in her data, she comes out. Again, if I take out town park, she's given all her information. She's the expert. We've hired her. She says Glazier. And so I do, like Mr. Clark and Mr. Allen, relish the opportunity to be able to make Glazier more than just a fire station. We can find a way to preserve the horses there and what we love, along with integrating some town services so that we can get the most so-called bang for our buck as an overall investment of our citizens. That's what I would say. I mean, I'm just for Glazier.
Thanks, Mr. Finch. I'm not going to stretch this out because everybody touched on all the points we need to talk about. I can stretch it just because I want to talk, but I'm going to avoid that one. Again, for me, it's always safety number one. Safety number one is really my always been my priority. Money comes, that's great, but safety number one. Talk about response time. We talk about Town Center Park is good, and Glacier is good as well. And then we talked about the architect talked about the S-curve and the danger of collisions over there. When I think about if there's no signal over there, can we really have a safe ingress, right? That's a question we need to ask. And that will add up to the cost as well. We talked about the quiet zone. We talked about the number of people using the park. And the neighbor talked about the number of people using the park, and I see the same thing. I drive by, a lot of people use park. It's a heavily used park, a lot of pedestrians, a lot of people use the train. So for me, it's all safe. It all plays into safety. And Chief talked about the preferred route for the preferred location for the firemen. I respect the firemen for that one. The fire folks, I should say. I respect them. For me, safety is number one. So from that perspective, Glacier and both are good, but I think I'm going to honor the recommendation of chief in this case, and the folks who do the work, not me. And they are the ones who come and help my family and my dad and everybody else when they need help. We talked about cost. Yeah, obviously, at least the dollar-to-dollar comparison, there's a $100,000 difference. But if you add the ingress and egress to the Town East Park, I don't know where that money is going to. I think it's all going to even out somewhat well. Safety really good, very important for me, right? One other thing I was going to talk about, the quiet zone. The biggest complaint I heard about Glacier Track is the noise, potential noise of trucks going in and out, alarms coming on in the nighttime. That's really what I heard about. That's all about quiet zone. And again, I'm going to lean on the fire folks here to tell me which one is the best location. And what Chief, you said is you have a wider, longer, or broader fire quiet zone in Glacier compared to Town Center Park. I tell you what, as soon as I leave this meeting, go home, I know I'll have many emails and calls about how dare you put a fire station on a beautiful property like Glacier. Or if I go the other way around and put a park, they say, my God, this is the only park in town, and how dare you put there? So it's going to happen. Like I said, you can say, right? But it's my backyard, someone else's backyard, it's always going to be an issue. So for me, from the safety perspective, I am leaning more towards the town park. I'm just going to make that decision. I think that's all I have. We'll turn back out to the council. Anybody wants a second round of discussion? Any comments or questions you want to make? Okay, if not, I'm going to give someone the honor of making the motion with respect to item number 11.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we select the Glacier Tract as the new location for our fire station.
Motion made by Mr. Finch to designate Glacier Track as the location for the new fire station. Is there a second?
Mayor, I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Allen. Motion made by Mr. Finch. Second by Mr. Allen to designate Glacier Track as the new location for the fire station. Everyone heard the motion. Are there additional discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed? Motion passed 4-0. Voting in favor 4-3. Thank you very much. Thank you. Voting in favor of the Glacier Track are Mr. Clark, Mr. Allen, Mr. Finch, and Mr. George. Voting opposed, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Eldridge, and Mr. Egan. Thank you, Council. Like I said, these are tough decisions. And all these decisions have been tough, in my opinion, including the police department. Okay, thanks, architects and fire folks and Christine and everybody else who participated and contributed in helping us to make this decision.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yes. Okay, we are going to take 5 minutes recess. Now time is 9:41. Let's get back at, let's say 9:50. We'll make it 9 minutes. Thank you. I don't know why you even tell her you're going to be early. She always tell her you're going to be late. She'll be like, thank God, you know. You good, Mr. Egan? Okay. So one other thing I meant to make a comment. I think Chief Mackey had a comment and Mr. Egan had a comment. Susan, as we move forward, I think we need to look into a master plan. Again, I think the current location we recommended is where it needs to be, but we got to look at the bigger plan. And again, that may be a longer term project. I don't recommend to stop and think. I think we thought a lot about this location, so I'm good with it. So add that to the list if you could, please.
Yes, sir. And just so you know that when we hired Christine, I actually had that conversation with her. And so, you know, a lot of our conversations did include that thought, and it didn't change what we needed to do right now. But it definitely is a step we need to take. And it was on her mind as she made the recommendations she made today. So we can move forward, and I'll put that on the project list, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on to item number 12, discuss, consider, and act upon a request by the Town of Sunnyvale for the first reading of Ordinance 20-20, an ordinance of the Town of Sunnyvale, Texas, amending the Unified Development Ordinance, Ordinance 17-09, duly passed by the Town Council on March 26, 2018, as amended from time to time so as to amend Section 3.06 or 8 design standards, specifically amending Section 3.06 or 8 EB garage orientation access, as well as any other associated sections, providing a penalty not to exceed $2,000 for each offense, and a separate offense shall be deemed committed each day during or on which a violation occurs or continues, providing savings, severability, and effective date. That'll be Mark.
That'll be me, Mayor. I'll take
Hey,
that.
good evening, Mr. Creed.
Good evening. How are you? Mayor and Council, after consulting with the town attorney, staff and legal agreed that Section 3.06.08 EBV needed clarification. So we're bringing this ordinance to you tonight to amend the verbiage of that section to clarify it more dignified. I won't say dignified, to clarify it more, sorry about that, to clarify it more reasonably for understanding. And staff does recommend approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Key. I'm going to Ms. Brenda, you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to give you the specifics of what the amendment was. We made clear in your first go-round that single-family homes that were constructed would not be considered non-conforming, that they would be legal as they were built. And the question arose after you passed, I think, the second reading, that what about previously platted lots? And certain lots have been platted in a way that wouldn't allow for the prohibition or the design criteria that's contained in the ordinance. We wanted to also clarify that those previously platted lots would not be considered non-conforming, but they would be considered lawful. And that's the only change that we made to the ordinance.
Yeah, I do remember we discussing that from your perspective. Okay. I'm going to open up for public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to come forward and speak to the council, or if you're calling in via Zoom, you may raise your hand. No one is coming forward. Erica, do we have anyone raising their hand?
No hands raised.
No hands raised. So I'm going to close the public comments. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Key or any discussions on item number 12?
Yes, Mayor, I have one question.
Mr. Allen?
And I agree, this is exactly the way we talked about the first time. My question for Doug and maybe for the rest of the staff is, would we be proactive and try to see if they can amend that, or are we just going to leave it as is? And let me clarify that. Would we be proactive and ask it, hey, do you want to change your garage around, or would we just leave it as is?
Could you be more specific when you're asking that question?
If someone has already platted it, are we going to go talk to them?
They would still have to bring it. They would still have, well, let me see. would we reach out to the builders and say, hey, this is passed, would you consider changing it, or are we just going to be mum on it?
No, we'll notify the builders
Okay.
that the amendment's been changed, yes.
Okay, thank you, Doug, appreciate it.
Mr. Egan?
Hey, if it's been platted and utilities are in the ground, it's unlikely anything's going to change.
Are there additional questions or discussions on item number 12? If there are none, I call for a motion on item number 12.
Approve item number 12 as presented.
Motion made by Mr. Freeman to approve item number 12 as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Clark. Everyone heard the motion? Are there any discussions? If none, all in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Key. Item number 13, discuss, consider, and act upon appointing a member to serve on the Board of Adjustments and Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Ms. Ramsey?
Mayor and Council. Following the resignation of Mr. Demko, that leaves one vacancy on your Board of Adjustments, and then that also leaves a vacancy on the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. You have two alternates that are on your Board of Adjustments, which is Soji John and Robert White. The Capital Improvements Advisory Committee is a committee that reviews the town's impact fees. State law requires that you have a developer on that board. When Mr. Demko resigned, we reached out to the Development Department for recommendations. Don Hamilton was recommended, and we reached out to him, and he has agreed to serve in that capacity.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. So Mr. John has agreed and Mr. Hamilton has agreed, correct?
Correct.
So if we appoint John as the regular member, do we still need to appoint an alternate?
I think that if you remember, September is our time for reappointments to our boards and commissions. So I think that
We can leave it open.
we could leave that open and start the process for looking for an alternate.
Okay. Do I need to get public comments on this one, Ms. McDonald? Okay, all right. Just want to be clear. Okay. Council, we have here Mr. John has agreed to serve as the regular member, and Mr. Hamilton agreed to serve on the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Is everybody good with that, John? Do you want to make a motion? Is that the way it goes? Okay, can I have a motion with respect to that, please?
I make a motion to accept or approve. Sir John, appoint, thank you. Sir John and Mr. Hamilton to respective board and committees.
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
Tell me what I should say, Brenda.
Well, Mr. John, Rachel, he's for an unexpired term
That's correct. For an unexpired term of 1 year. So that runs
ending in
2021.
2021. So I would actually encourage you to include that language. And then Mr. Hamilton would be an alternate serving an unexpired term ending in.
No, Mr. Hamilton's to the
Oh, to the CIAC, and do they have terms? Okay, that's perfect. So we just need to have Mr. John's appointment set to us an unexpired term.
The motion made by Mr. Finch to appoint Mr. John to an unexpired term of 2021 as a regular member of Board of Adjustments, and Mr. Don Hamilton as a member to the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. Good with that, Mr. Finch?
Sounds good.
So second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Freeman. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Moving on to item number 17. 14, thank you. Discuss, consider, and act upon appointing community members to the Excellence in Local Government Committee. Ms. Khatri, would that be you?
Yes, sir. Mayor and Council, as you recall, you had voted to establish the Excellence in Local Government Committee. The committee is charged with becoming familiar with town processes and procedures and making recommendations to the town for improvements to enhance customer service, public participation, diversity, and matters of equitable treatment. Then on July 27th, you also appointed a subcommittee comprised of the mayor, Councilmember Eldridge, and Councilmember Freeman to review the nominations that you all submitted to us. I put in front of you this evening a list of the recommended members. And please know that there was a lot of discussion, and we really tried to create a balance on this committee while limiting the membership so that we can make a lot of progress. The members that are recommended for you are Anthony Farmer, Janelle Humphreys, Marquise Alexander, Carmen Ayo, Eric Elder, Andrea Freeman, Mr. Ramiro Moreno, Bina Thomas, Chris Nair, and Lee Matthew. And I seek your approval for this, for these appointments.
And Susan, yourself and Chief and other staff members will participate as needed.
Yes, sir.
And I want to thank Mr. Freeman and Eldridge for being part of the subcommittee. Council, you have the recommendations. Are we good with it, or do you have or discussions on this one?
Mayor George,
Yes, sir.
being that I have a family member that's on this list, I would like to recuse myself on this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Okay, if there are none, I'm going to call for a motion with respect to appointment of.
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Clark. The second.
Second.
Second by, I heard this, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen, to appoint the 10 members recommended, 10 citizens recommended in this meeting. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify. All opposed? Motion passed 6-0. Mr. Freeman has recused himself. Susan, I'm assuming your staff is going to look at the high-level timeline and schedule and make the necessary modifications, right? Okay. And then also, I'm assuming you're going to be giving feedback to council at some certain frequency. Thank you very much for helping to put this together. Moving on to item number 15. Discuss, consider, and act upon a report from the town attorney regarding display of flags and other signs.
Thank you, Mayor. I was advised that there is one or more homeowners associations within the town that are prohibiting the display of American flags. And I was asked whether the town could take any action to ensure that the American flag can be displayed. And having done some research, I would point out that there are both federal and state statutes that it's at the federal level, it's the Freedom to Display the American Flag Act of 2005. And Texas has a statute in the Texas Property Code that is almost verbatim that reads as follows. A property owners association may not, except as provided in this section, adopt or enforce a dedicatory instrument provision that prohibits, restricts, or has the effect of prohibiting or restricting an owner from the display of 1, the flag of the United States of America, 2, the flag of the state of Texas, or 3, an official or replica flag of any branch of the United States Armed Forces. So to the extent that the town would desire to make a violation of the Texas Property Code a Class C misdemeanor, you would have the ability to adopt an ordinance that does that. With regard to...
So who would be the violator in this case? Would that be the HOA? Or
yes, the violator would be the HOA. You could also make it a violation to remove any display of such flags if you chose to.
Go ahead, Mr. Finch.
So question.
Sure.
If there's already a statute in place that prohibits this activity, why do we need to get involved as a town? It seems like this would be litigation between the offended person and the HOA, right? I just worry about us getting down this path.
I am not
Understand.
opining on the advisability. I'm just saying to the extent that you wanted to take action to enforce it at a local level, I believe that would be an option for the town council.
I mean, we all have problems with HOAs. I mean, we know that if you live in one, then there's going to be issues. But I just,
And I think to the extent that they can be made aware of this provision, it's likely that they would or should stop enforcement of any deed restriction to the contrary. If they don't, I think that's the issue. And there's the remedy, you're correct, in the statute is litigation between the parties. Here, we could issue a citation and make it a Class C misdemeanor.
but it puts us in. not
Code
you.
enforcement.
Yeah, it puts us into this.
That's correct.
Now the town has to become involved in this code enforcement issue where there's already a state and federal statute that exists in this case to get involved in this situation. And my concern, obviously, I expressed this, is that, okay, where do we stop this with HOAs, right? I mean, it's like we're opening the door where if I don't like the fact that they say you can't paint your house whatever color, then we're going to enact an ordinance that says, well, you can't prohibit that. And so I get the flag. I understand that and I support that. But I just worry about us, especially when statutes already exist to say you can't do this. It's like us saying enact an ordinance says, well, you can't commit murder. It's going to be whatever. And so we just open this Pandora's box. And so that's my general thought. I'm sure Mr. Allen has some comments.
Well, it's part two, and I was waiting to hear the attorney's
Well,
part.
and
part two.
I do have a part two, and the part two deals with the display of certain religious items. And the property code also deals with that in section 202.018. And it says that property owners association may not enforce or adopt a restrictive covenant that prohibits a property owner or resident from displaying or affixing on the entry of the owner or resident's dwelling one or more religious items, the display of which is motivated by the owner's or resident's sincere religious belief. And there are restrictions on that said that anything that, is a danger to, is offensive to a passerby, contains inappropriate language, that is not protected. And the size of the religious display is limited to 25 square feet. 25 square inches, my bad. 25 square inches. Big difference. So both of those are already regulated by federal and or state law.
Mr. Allen, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Brenda, for your research and your feedback on that. The question I have regarding other Supreme Court cases that may direct, and maybe this is, and I don't disagree with Councilman Fitch in part. We probably do disagree on the other part. We'll talk about that in a second. And that is that if the Supreme Court has already made a decision that you can't restrict content or size, it seems to be in conflict with the statute that you just read. And I'm not necessarily arguing the town should get involved in citation or in litigation, but that our town recognizes that as laws change, HOAs don't update, but yet our HOAs are restricting people from things that the Supreme Court said, hey, you can do this.
I
How
think
does
you're
that fit?
referring to the Reed case,
Yes.
which said that municipalities may not regulate signage based on content. To my knowledge, that ruling has not been applied to property owners associations.
Okay, so that takes me, let me circle back to the flag comment. How would we enforce a code of somebody that's not flying a flag? I'm trying to figure out what we would enforce there. You can fly your flag.
So we would make it you could make it a Class C misdemeanor to have a dedicatory instrument that prohibits the flying of the flag or the enforcement of a dedicatory instrument that prohibits the flying of the U.S., state, or armed services flags.
And so so what would we enforce? Because if someone's not flying the flag, we wouldn't know to enforce it. If someone is flying a flag, they wouldn't be in violation. So my question is,
It's always complaint-based. Code enforcement is a complaint-based
so
process.
it'd be someone calling in and saying, hey, they told me I can't fly my flag.
That's
That
correct.
would be the enforcement of the whatever.
Right.
So what
And
would,
the complainant would be a third-party complainant, much like a barking dog. Police would investigate if there was sufficient facts to support a complaint. The complaint would be sworn to by either the third party, or if the police department took a report, the police could present the complaint as well.
So let me understand. So if one of those residents receive a citation from the HOA and the resident complained to town that they received a citation, then that became the beginning of the code enforcement. Is that?
Yes, that would be the beginning. But, you know, I put this in a form that is not considered legal advice. And I made a number of copies for you all for this evening. So to the extent that you live in a neighborhood that has an HOA who is acting in a manner contrary to state and federal law, I drafted this so that you could provide it to the board, who would then provide it to the management company.
Can we ask the staff to send that out to all the HOA? You have all the contacts anywhere, right?
So normally municipalities do not become involved in HOA activities.
Okay.
I was asked this question by a council member, which is why we did the research. If I had been asked this question by a resident who happened to be here in the audience, that would have not been something that I would have done. But the question was, can the town keep HOAs from prohibiting people from flying flags? And so first I had to find out whether it's a prohibition to say you can't fly the flag before I could say that yes, if the council so desired, you could draft an ordinance to prevent HOAs from doing that.
Council thoughts. Ms. Allen, do you have any more
I
comments?
do have one more
Yes, sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
I know that there are existing HOAs, and to Councilman Finch's point, it is a contract between the people there and the HOA, whether you provided that document when you moved in or not. And I think that's really sketchy on the way that happens. I'm not a real proponent of the way we do that.
It's a part of the title commitment.
Yes, and
for
they hand it to
the
you as you
transaction.
close. After you already did all the other stuff, they hand it to you when you close. I get that.
You usually
So-
get it 10 days. You usually are, the title company normally provides the list within 10 days of the contract, and you can request them to provide the documents for you.
Right. So that's good in theory, I think. Let me go to the next, my futuristic part of this. I don't think it's good for our town to get involved in existing HOA data, as you've already said. But what about the future ones? We do have a couple of developments that have come online. And when they present a PD to the town, can our town then review that PD document, that deed, to say, hey, we don't like this in the deed?
So-
Can we have that stuff stricken?
So I do review deed restrictions when there is common area in a plat. We require that there be an HOA, and I typically review it for 5 items that are a matter of importance to the city. One is that it be a mandatory HOA, that all of the lots have to be included, that there be a mandatory dues structure sufficient to provide maintenance for those common areas, that if the common areas are not maintained, the town has the ability to enter onto private property and eliminate the the nuisance or the violation, or remedy the failure to maintain. And 4, that there be no liability to the town for doing that. And 5, that we can place a lien on the property for the cost of the city's maintenance if it's not paid by the HOA. So those are the only provisions that I typically review in deed restrictions.
I think the thing that concerns me, maybe we can't do anything about it. I've had a lot of conversations the last 2 weeks about some of these things going on in our town. And one of them has to do with how is it that we as a municipality can be compliant and say that you have to be content neutral, but that we can't have the HOAs, specifically the futuristic ones, be also compliant with content neutral size and data.
So deed restrictions are a little bit different in that they implement the vision of the declarant or the developer for the creation of a community that may have unique architectural components, that has additional landscape requirements. The typical standard is that HOAs can be more restrictive than town ordinances, but not less restrictive. And so this would follow in that vein, but that is strictly prohibited by state and federal law. And I would presume that the attorneys drafting those CC&Rs would have that information.
I think the thing, I'll be honest with you, the thing that offends me the most is that we're saying you can put a 5x5 sticker of your religious preference on your front door and it can't extend the front of your house. So in essence, you have to hide your religious sticker on your front door, but you can put your other sign in your yard, which is a violation of the Supreme Court. But what I hear you saying is there's nothing we can really do about it in an HOA deed restriction.
My understanding was that there was a prohibition against all signage except the 25 square inch religious signage, so that they didn't allow other signs in the front yard.
Religious signs are allowed, but say school or college signages are not allowed.
I have not reviewed any of the town's HOA's documents, so I cannot speak to that.
But I think specifically what I've seen is the HOAs tell you can put your signs up for X, Y, Z, whatever, but your religious sign can only be on your front door. And that's the part that I'm going to tell you, as a member of this community, as a Christian, that offends me, especially when the Supreme Court says you can't do that. But what we're saying is the town
could very
can't do it.
well have a private cause of action for that disparate treatment. Because as we know, speech is one of the most protected constitutional rights. There's been lots of litigation about, huge signs to say, get us out of the UN. That's a fact that's specific to a case. And the courts have ruled on that. But that was not what I was asked to do. So, yeah. So you may very well have a cause of action against your HOA, but I haven't given an opinion on that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
If I can throw my quick 2 cents in, I'm assuming that every HOA agreement that's ever been written states that they have to follow state and federal laws. I would just assume that has to be written in. If we have an HOA in town that is not allowing people to fly a flag that is designated as a whatever, we as a town should have the right to go to them and say, hey, just in case you're not aware, this is the law. Your HOA thing breaks that. And then if it goes one step past that, then I think we come back and start discussing whether or not we want to do that. But I think like just being informative and like, hey, you have
you have in your thing, you have to follow state and federal laws, state and federal law. So you have to allow it. And then if they want to continue it, I say that's when we come in and say, okay, now we're talking misdemeanors. Now we're talking this. But I just think, honestly, informationally would just be, fine. Second off, when it comes to signs, I don't know how far that we really want to take this one. Because at the end of the day, senior class 2020 signs, my daughter's on the tennis team, or those types of signs. Those would be the signs that we're talking about, that we're kind of like a blind eyes being shown towards. And I mean, do we really want to create a big stink for people who have their, my child's a cheerleader sign in their yard? I just think that we press this too far, we could actually literally get to a point where those signs wouldn't be allowed.
I don't think that my point's coming across, but I hear what you're saying. My point very specifically is the flags, and we've addressed that.
Sure.
How we as a council proceed, and maybe Councilman Freeman is right that we, not as a town, but individually, hand that out to our HOAs. And
Right.
I have no issues with that, Mayor, if that's the direction we want to go. But I still have a heartburn about restricting your religious rights.
Well, and I believe Councilmember Allen's distinction is that it appears his HOA is allowing the cheerleader and the basketball team signs and not allowing Jesus is Lord or a scripture or something. And that, I think, may in fact be an issue that a private individual could pursue.
And I'm going to add one more thing. What if it wasn't your religion? Because you have to protect everyone's religion. Someone is a staunch atheist and wants to put "I'm an atheist" sign. That's as protected as your Christian sign. That is as protected as anything else. So when we start talking about going down religion, that First Amendment is very, very clear about, that we can't really distinguish between those. And what you may find offensive may be offensive to someone else. So again, I think it's a very tricky road to go down.
This is the flag burning question, which many patriots find so offensive, and yet the Constitution protects.
And I will say, as a constitutionalist myself, and as a patriot and a member of the armed forces, that I believe that in order to be free, that you have the right to do what you might not want to be done. So the ability to be free in your speech one way is also free to be in the speech the other way. And while I might not like it, that's the freedom of the country that we live in, and that's part of the Constitution. So I agree, it might be, but the town's not going to really be involved in the signage. That's going to be an issue we take differently. And I will say there are HOAs that are making people pull their signs down right now, of even your kid being in the 2021. It's a sidebar topic that I didn't ask you to get involved in.
Right.
So the real issue is the flag, Mayor, and what do we do with that? And maybe Councilman Freeman was spot on for right now.
John says more.
Yes, I do think, and just reiterate, I think it's a slippery slope for us to get involved in this, especially when there's already laws. And I do believe, I've never been a member of an HOA, but I do believe they have a board appointed by the residents that can be elected and that can change and impact the rules that are in the HOA. So there's a whole different process that we hadn't even talked about within the HOA that can impact all this before we as a town have to come in and be involved and put our staff in a place where they have to become this enforcement of something out there. And so that's my concern, is that if we do something, now we're putting our staff in a place where they have to now become this enforcer of some statute that's greater than us. And there already is an existing process in place within the HOA bylaws on how to change and impact the decisions of this management company who is hired by the HOA. It's ironic that they're hired by the HOA to enforce these rules, and you actually pay for them to be there.
Unfortunately, most
I don't know how it works.
HOAs for a number of years are not controlled by the residents. They're controlled by the declarant.
To the developer.
Yes. There is a point at which they are turned over, but that point is significantly down the road. And until that point is reached, the developer or declarant appoints the board, appoints the architectural control committee, hires the management company, and those types of things.
Well, that changed my opinion. Maybe we enact an ordinance that says until it's
wholly controlled by the residents of the HOA, we can become involved or something.
Well, I think typically in those, the covenants indicate that there's one or two residents that would sit on the board, but they're one or two residents. Am I
Well, and
right?
the vote is, there are Class A votes and Class B votes.
Yeah,
And the Class A vote outweighs the Class B vote.
it's a
for
rigged
long
system. And until you hit like 85%, it's a rigged system.
time. In defense of developers. Because I've drafted these deed restrictions. They want to protect their investment
Mr.
so
Freeman,
that
are
they
you good
can
with it?
market
Or you
the
want to make some
neighborhood.
motions? Mr. Allen, yeah.
Yeah, and I will, just to add on to one last piece of this conversation, is it takes something like 70% of the people. So we have 400 people, and in HOA, you gotta have 300 homes to make them be compliant, or to get them in more compliance, or to take some sort of litigation against them.
Correct.
And if you want to fly your Longhorn flag, your Aggie flag in your front yard within reason, anyway, that's a sidebar topic, but it is
So you can take action as an individual.
right. And I think that's important for our
Yes.
town and our residents to know that you can take action to get them in compliant. I'm not asking our town to do that. So I think, Mayor, I think the feedback we got was good, that we can take that data to our HOAs individually. And if the HOAs refuse to do it, then we can bring it back and talk about it as a town, or something we want to do.
Yeah.
That's,
Sounds good.
I'm good with that if you're good with that, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Good. Anybody else good with that?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clark?
You guys should move to Meadow Lake. We don't have those types of restrictions. I'm the HOA president, and it's, it's a good place to live.
Are you sure you want him as
No
a
doubt.
neighbor?
Actually, I don't think there's any houses for sale, so you guys cannot come.
Thank you, Brenda, for your input. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 16, the most important item for the rest of the night. Discuss certified values received from the Dallas County Appraisal District and the impact of the proposed tax rate. Ms. Hopkins?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On August 20th, the Town of Sunnyvale staff received the certified values from the Dallas County Appraisal District. During the last review of values, staff had advised council that we would reassess the no new revenue rate and the voter approval tax rate based upon the updated certified values once they were received. The presentation tonight is to show the implications of the new values in the proposed budget. So I provided to you at your dais a paper copy of this PowerPoint. So if you go to the next slide, this is to bring you up to date. We still have 34% increase in property taxable values under protest. It's at now approximately $55 million. That's down from the $487 million originally, but we still have some taxable values under protest. The next slide. This is where our certified values actually came in as of 8/20/20. These are certified now. They're up 8%. You can see they are at $1,399,554,157. The original estimated certified was the $1,014,767,680.
So, Ms. Hopkins, two things. Number one, so originally, that's the number we used for our calculations.
That was the estimated that we used for,
Ma'am. And 1.39 that's the final number.
that is the final
It's
number.
not going to go change from now. That's right.
Not for setting tax rate purposes. I mean, there's still protests out there, but that's not going to affect your tax rate adoption. This is the number that state law asks you to use.
Understood. Thanks.
If you go to the next slide. So this is where the calculation came out. Your voter approval rate is now 0.500037. Your no new revenue rate is now 0.435963. And if you made no change to your tax rate from 2019, I'm calling that a flat rate just for comparison purposes. This is not a calculated rate based on the values. Only those first two rates are. But I wanted to show you that if you did not change the rate from the previous year, it would obviously be 0.456700. Now, what does that mean for your budget? If you'll go to the next slide. What we did here is we took those three rates that were on the previous slide and we put them into the certified rolls at a 98% collection rate. And what would the revenues be derived off of that? The first columns that you see there is flat. That's saying we're not going to change it from the prior year. We're going to keep the rate at 0.456700. You're going to have a reduction in your M&O revenues of 183,719. And then there I say the proposed budget was updated to reflect the revenues generated under the flat, no change tax rate at 90% collections. And that's the next slide. And what that means is finance took that flat rate and they said, what do we need to do to get to a zero budget? And what we did is we went back and we looked at some very conservative estimates of sales tax, building permits, the road maintenance fund, and things like that. So basically we got to a zero budget. We did it for comparison purposes. If this is what you wanted to do, this is what your budget would be. Go ahead and click on that, if you will, that last slide. Go ahead and click on that link.
You may need to exit from that one. Press the next escape and try to do it.
There you go. And I know that's very hard to see, but we got to zero. You can see in that very far right corner, we got to zero. What this means is if you stay at a flat budget, this is very lean. There's no new initiatives really in here. Like if you say, sometime let's do something else. Let's, for example, do that master plan for the fire department, or you want to do something like that, that. This is a very lean budget. So if we go back to the previous slide, Erica, I apologize, Erica, I know I'm making you crazy. Right there. So this is what we're asking tonight for you to vote on, a proposed tax rate. You can do the voter approved rate. You can do new revenue rate, or you can do the adopted tax rate. And as it says, staff recommends a rate not to exceed the voter approval rate of 0.500037. The 2020 adopted tax rate can be lower, but not higher than the voter approval rate. This provides flexibility as we continue with the budget process. You're not adopting a budget tonight. All you're doing is providing a proposed tax rate so that we can do notices to our taxpayers under truth and taxation. So we will redo all the notices that are currently out on the website that were based on the estimated certification. These rates are much lower because our values went up. The certified values are higher than the estimated values.
Can I just chime in too? Because I've been working really closely with Liz on this. Again, just to reiterate that tonight you're not adopting the tax rate, you're just adopting the not to exceed so that we can advertise for the budget hearing. We're still working through the implications of this, but so our recommendation is to adopt or vote for a rate tonight that is below the voter approval rate, like a 0.50036, just slightly below, that gives us the time to continue to work with the budget. We did get it to 0 at a flat tax rate, as you all had discussed with us previously. I will tell you that it is very aggressive, and the way we got to it was by raising our revenues, meaning being less conservative on our sales tax estimates, being less conservative on our building permit projections. That it's very possible that we can make that, but it's also possible that, you know, things with the economy aren't as rosy as we would like. And so what that leaves us with is mid-year, all of the sudden, we're having to try to cut things out of the budget to make it work. So that's the dilemma that we're in right now, is I know your desire was to keep it flat, but it might be just a wee bit too aggressive. So for right now, we'd like to get a proposed tax rate in there and then continue the discussion of where we end up in the end. Happy to answer any questions along with Liz, and Phyllis is here as well.
Ms. Allen?
Mayor, I have one question for the staff. If this is not the final
No, sir.
appraised values, so the reality is we're probably going to still have more. Oh, my glass on, so I can see, I'm sorry. So the reality is we will probably still have more coming in the next 30 to 60 days. We just don't know what that is. Is that fair?
Well, the certified rolls is what you use to set your tax rate.
Right.
Now, if down the road there are some protests that are work in your favor, then obviously your levy is going to go up. But for setting the tax rate, this is your number. These are your certified rolls. And that's what Dallas County is going to use. You have two people. You've got the Dallas Central Appraisal District, which gave you your certified rolls of the $1,399,000. Then you've got the Dallas County Tax Office that goes in and does these calculations based on those certified rolls. Then Dallas County Tax Office turns around and certifies your levy. And the levy is your tax rate times your values. So I know it's kind of complicated, but that's just, they made it even more complicated this year with SB. But for setting your tax rate, this is what you're looking at.
But we will still get the benefit of any
But-
increased.
Just can I interject really
Sure.
quick? Because I think I understand your question, because I asked her the exact same question and we discussed it today. Is it whatever is under protest, we did get some credit for it. It's not like it's left off. There's a multiplier, so it is baked in here, and we have just as good of a chance of losing those cases as we do of winning those cases. So it is really baked in here. It's a multiplier. It's just you don't get full credit for it right now.
Right, so I have just a quick follow-up question. So the 0.500037, with all these multipliers with our estimates, we're not setting that too low to hurt ourselves later, right? We're still having it high enough where we have flexibility for once we get.
And
these
right now,
settled.
you're not setting it. You're just saying that we are leaving the flexibility between now and our public hearing and when you actually vote to go to that rate. So, you know, your rate will probably be somewhere between the 0.4567 and the 0.50037. You know, we'll land somewhere in there. The voter approval rate is what was established by Senate Bill 2. That's the max that we could go to.
And Eric, if you'll back up a slide for me. Okay, if you look at the second set of numbers there, it's the voter approved tax rate at 90% collection rate. You would bring in $410,000 more in M&O revenue with that tax rate. So when we say we're somewhere in between the negative 183 and the positive 410, that's where in my opinion, that's where you're going to be. You're going to be somewhere between those two numbers.
So question about that. This shows, if I see this right, what percent increase of that? And I thought we were limited to this 3%. I'm confused on that, I guess, is how we're limited by this 3% by the last Senate bill. We can't increase our budget by 3%. That's what I understood. So I'm trying to figure out how these numbers play into that 3% calculation? It seems like we're going above that if we adopt this number.
Well, they take out your protest, hang on.
I know it's confusing. I'm confused by it, so I'm just
Good evening,
trying
Ms.
to.
Phyllis.
Hi.
Phyllis,
Good
thank you.
evening. The 3.5%, I think, is what it was. And originally, I think everyone was under the impression that it applied on the dollar amount, but really what it applies to is the no new revenue rate that is calculated. You can only take a 3.5% increase on that rate.
On the rate,
On the rate.
not on the dollar.
Not on the dollar.
Oh, that's
Well,
different.
and it's pretty complicated. And if you'd like, it probably would help if tomorrow there's actually a whole worksheet that the comptroller put out. And I mean, this team has spent countless hours going through these calculations, and we can send you that worksheet, and it walks through step by step how you arrive at these numbers.
You don't have to do that. You can just tell me that it's the rate, not the dollars. I understand that. I understand that simplicity. Just act like you're talking to a second grader, and I am on it. Thank you.
Can I interject something here real
Yes,
quick?
Mr. Freeman.
So, I mean, listen, guys, I think that, part of what we do as a council is show fiscal responsibility. And I think over the last 12 months, we actually went in and we raised $21 million worth of bond dollars. And we did it with the understanding that, you know what, that's probably going to come with a little bit of tax increase, but it's probably about time because it's been so long. And understand we're in a very difficult time financially right now. And we would love to be able to not increase taxes. We did raise that 21 million with the intention that we probably were going to have to raise taxes around this time. It may not be a popular sentiment, but maybe it's the right sentiment to actually give ourselves a little bit of leeway and maybe have a small increase. Because again, $21 million, when we were making these bond elections, we were talking to say, hey, it's going to be a tax increase. It's going to be a tax increase. It's going to be a tax increase. I believe we actually had the CIP committee give us a level of tax increase where they felt comfortable with, and it was above zero. Are we being a little short-sighted in trying to keep that number at zero for the sake of, I don't want to say the sake of optics, right? But are we being a little short-sighted and not giving ourselves the flexibility to make sure we can maintain a budget if things don't quite go the way that we think that they're going to go? So I just want to throw that out there. And again, I'm not saying that we do. I'm not saying that we don't, but I am saying that we did raise 21 million in bonds. We did it with the full intention that taxes were going to be raised because we just thought it was time. The town needed the influx of capital. We needed to stand up a police force. We needed to do a fire station. We knew all this going in. Are we handcuffing ourselves right now by trying to stick to a flat rate?
We did raise the INS rate though, right? I mean, that's what the bond.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's one reason you're losing on your M&O because it took from your M&O. Obviously, your M&O, your INS rate, let me speak to that, in a flat rate scenario is going from 0.0977 to 0.146182. So if you want to keep that rate flat, you're going to eat into your M&O rate, and that's why you have a negative 183. I'll just kind of share with you my thoughts on this. I just got back from vacation, and I was out and about in the world a little bit more than I have been, and people were really rallying. You know, they're saying we're not going to let this thing get us down. We're going to keep our businesses open. You know, we're going to still go to work. And I'm seeing a little bit of that. And our sales taxes came in great. They said, you know, some people are just, you know, staying home and shopping on Amazon. The people that are working are the ones that aren't spending any money. But I just don't want us to get to that point where people's willingness to put up with things and businesses saying, you know, we held on as long as we could because the restaurants I went to, the you know, the shopping malls I went to, I don't know how they're hanging on. I really don't. You know, the dressing rooms are not open. You can't, you know, get within 6 feet of anybody. So I just feel like if we had one more sales, we keep saying that, one more sales tax to come in, maybe it would see something different. I hope that's not the case, but it just seemed like there's a little bit less of, we're gonna hang in there, for some of these businesses.
So Council, let me suggest, just for this your consideration. Right now, we are not setting the tax rate. We are setting a maximum ceiling. If you are comfortable adopting this maximum number, then the next, I think what, September timeframe, we'll come back.
September 14th. sir.
September 14th, 17th, 18th, we have time to come back and talk the final rate. Obviously, I think we should give staff that and understand there's going to be some increase, but we want to try to get that close as possible. Would that be okay with everybody? Council, okay with that? So with that, so Susan, the motion is going to be, can you read the motion for us, please?
Yes, sir. We would want you to vote on approving the 2020 voter approval rate at 0.537. I don't know if shaking it helps.
You want to be that or you want to be less than that?
Well, at least, I'm going to get to the proposed tax rate. That's the voter approval rate. I'm reading off of this sheet.
Okay.
Okay. And then the 2020 no new revenue rate is set at 0.435963. And then you would say a 2020 proposed tax rate of 0.500036.
And Council, I would go ahead and break that out into an INS and an M&O rate, because that's what we're going to have to report. So Susan just used that INS rate of 0.14.
Right. Quick question before we go about this. Following up on what Councilmember Freeman said, is this, if we're working on keeping this flat, this is the numbers we have, right? The max we're looking at. We can only raise the rates 3.5% due to Senate Bill 2, I believe. What is this to keep this rate right now? What is that number? Right, we can only keep it we can only raise it 3.5%. But what are we raising it at? Or are we lowering it to get this 50037?
That is the voter approval rate. That's the 3.5.
Okay, so the 3.5 is the 50037.
Yes, sir.
So it's the max we could do. Okay, again, I just don't want us to lock ourselves in if later we think about, we consider raising it more. I just want to make sure we have flexibility.
And keep in mind, Council, that, and I may be repeating myself, and I apologize, but when you do get to the adoption of the tax rate, you can go below your proposed rate that you set tonight, but you cannot go above it.
And that's my concern. Just I want to make sure that we don't set that too low to limit our flexibility.
But the 0.5 is as high as we can go no matter what without going to the voters.
Correct.
That's what I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Because that goes up to 3.5.
Oh, because we're in an emergency. Go ahead.
Under using it's an emergency and the governor declared emergency.
Then it becomes really
So-
a decision for us to, do we want to do that, right? That's
Right.
That's the decision. We could, if you argued that, right?
So
I wonder what that scenario
So-
looks like.
So were you directed to calculate it, Susan? Okay.
No, we're not under that calendar at this time, I don't believe.
Yeah, so previously, you had the opportunity to direct the CFO to prepare that 8% number for you so that you could have made that choice. And I don't believe risk to the 2021 fiscal year for that number. I think the risk was going forward because the bill allows you to carry that tax rate forward for another 2 years. I believe that's where the legislature would pounce in the next session.
Council, let me ask you. So the recommended number is what's given on the computer, on the screen by the staff. Are we good with it, or are we, that's what staff is recommending? Not to exceed that number. Mr. Finchi or Tony?
Well, based on Brenda's comment, I mean, is it, and to John's comment, is that wise for us to do that right now? Is it wise based on our obligations, I guess is my, and maybe this is a discussion. I just hate to set a ceiling back to now that I see kind of where you're at here on this.
This is now as high as you can go without triggering an election.
Gotcha. Regardless of what your thought is on the 8%. Okay. That makes it simple then. Thank you.
Okay, Susan, you want to go ahead and make the, read the motion and we'll go from there.
Yeah, Phyllis, and let's make sure I get this right. So the motion would be to set the 2020 voter approval rate at 0.50037. The 2020 no new revenue rate is 0.435963. The 2020 proposed tax rate would be broken up. So the total rate would be 0.500036, and that's broken up by INS at 0.146182 and M&O at 0.353854.
Town manager, you can get enough zeros in there when you were pronouncing it. So just in case anybody tries to repeat that exactly, it has 4 zeros in it. I'm sorry, it's got 3 zeros in it. My apologies.
Can we just adopt what Susan read, or do we need to repeat this one?
Proposed rate.
So moved.
Proposed rate.
Second.
Can I make a motion to approve on the 2020 proposed rate as read?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Mr. Finch to approve the motion as read.
And we do need a record vote, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Everyone heard the motion?
Sir.
I'm going to call one by one. Mr. Eldridge? Mr. Clark?
I vote yes.
Mr. Finch?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
And George, yes. So voting in favor, all 7. Voting opposed, none. So motion passed 7-0. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Guthrie on that one, and Ms. Brenda, and Ms. Hopkins, and Phyllis. Moving on to item number 17, receive status update regarding the timeline and implementation of the police department. Wake up, Chief. Chief Hawks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Update, we are filling the remaining positions and we have a couple ILAs to present to you guys next council meeting on some standard software, county software for our access to adult databases and juvenile databases. And that's about it. We have 3 officers starting Thursday. We have another officer starting next Thursday. We have 2 that have received conditional offers and have 1 in the final stages of background. She has finished her background and in the final stages of the hiring process.
And I can add too that we did receive our draft ILA from NCT 911 today. So we've forwarded that to legal for review, and that'll be on your September 14th meeting. And then we also have set September 28th as the go live date to flip the switch from Dallas Dispatch over to Seagoville Dispatch. September 28th. Sir.
Excellent. Do you have any questions for Chief or Ms. Guthrie?
Chief, what are we doing, first and second shift now, or are we just doing day shift, or what are we doing as far as our officers? The weekends? What?
Yes, sir. Right now we are day shift and evening shift Monday through Friday. A week from Thursday, we will be day shift and evening shift 7 days a week. until October 1. Yeah.
Can't wait. Thank you.
So question.
Mr. Clark?
Hey, Chief, how is the outreach to the community going? I know we discussed, now that you've built the team out and gotten your officers and patrol officers and whatnot, how's the outreach going to the HOAs or the other different organizations and community groups?
Yeah, so COVID has obviously put a damper on some of our plans, but our officers on patrol are reaching out to businesses and residences, and they're introducing themselves in the neighborhoods. We're passing out magnets and stickers to kids, and we're probably, due to COVID, not going to be able to have a physical national night out, but we probably will do some type of virtual. We've got some discussions to have with the town manager on that.
All right, thank you.
And Chief, I've got one more question for you. I know that we talked about this a lot as this whole process started, and as things have kind of moved along, we haven't really discussed it as much. The police committee put together this budget of what it was going to take, and I know the first process is sometimes we would make some money, sometimes it'd be a little bit more expensive. All in all, how are we on budget? I mean, is it similar? Is it close? I mean, I'm sure there were things we knew of that they wouldn't have thought about that we were going to go over budget on. Would you say it's kind of in the ballpark of what you anticipated?
Yeah, and I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I'm pretty sure just on the building remodel, we're a couple $100,000 below budget. So I know we're good there. So I think we came in below budget on several items and several equipment. For example, rifles, we saved $900 a rifle below budget. So it's little line items like that, but then there's things that they didn't anticipate for, like a generator, which costs quite a bit of money. So we're still, bottom line, we're still doing well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Hopkins, do you agree with that? Okay. Other additional questions for Chief on this one? If none, moving on to item number 18, Mayor and Council request for future staff updates and agenda items. Council? Okay. If there are none, I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Freeman, second by Alan to adjourn the regular session for tonight. Everyone heard the motion?
Yes, sir.
All in favor signify. All opposed. Motion passed 7-0. Staff, really good job. Thank you, officer out there. Brenda, thanks for it. Susan. Yes, ma'am.